Welcome everyone to the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc, our regular council session on Tuesday, August 4th, 2026. The Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 21 territory. We are thankful to generations of people who've taken care of this land, including Chippewa Thames First Nation. Strathroy-Caradoc, our regular council session on Tuesday, August 4th, 2020. The Munsee Delaware First Nation and the United Nation of the Thames. Roll call, all are present. Councillor Wilsey, I see you're online. You just have to really wave, Greg, for me to get you tonight. Motion to approve this evening's agenda. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Pelton. All in favor? Motion carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Pamela.
Item 8.1.2 with the Strathroy Rockets, they're members of the Chamber of Commerce for which I'm employed.
Okay, thank you. Our first item on the agenda this evening is request for major drain improvement. There is a request for major drain improvement under section 78 1.1 of the Drainage Act has been submitted by Strathroy-Caradoc Road Authority for the Lamont Drain 1928 for the affected land identified as concessions 9 and 10 and part of lots 5, 7 in Strathroy. Before we get on the floor, the motion is that council accept the notice of request. Bring the motion. Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Kennis. We'll open it up. Walter, who's speaking to the drain?
Thank you. Through the chair to council, this is a drain request that at the July 6th meeting, council passed a motion to proceed with the next steps in the process. This is the next step is to bring it in front of council for appointing Sprague Associates, the engineer, and I'll leave it at that.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Next is the approval of the 2025 draft audited financial statements. Motion to receive the report first. Councillor Brandon, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Motion carries. Director Dakin, as I believe Ashley's online.
Yes, through the chair to council, we have Ashley from MNP, and she'll be presenting those financial statements for us. So I'll turn it over to Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley. We'll let you make your presentation and we'll ask questions after you're done.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will share my screen if that's all right, just to show our presentation. Just confirming you can see everything with your word.
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. With me, I have Neela Fleet, one of our managers on the file. So we're going to walk through what we put together here as a presentation was a accumulation of the audit findings report that was uploaded as well as the financial statements, just to go through the key areas. We will be touching on those areas, and of course we have the full package to refer back to as well. In terms of the engagement status, we have substantially completed our audit of the consolidated financial statements of the municipality and prepared to sign off our independent auditor's report. We do have a couple procedures required to be completed, so they are the approval of the financial statements by council, subsequent event procedures, signature of the representation letter by management, and receipt of the outstanding legal confirmations that we expect to come back today. And we'll pass it over to Neela now just to go through the scope of the audit.
Thanks, Ashley. So yeah, we have audited the financial statements as listed on the screen here in accordance with the Canadian Generally Accepted Auditing Standards. Our final materiality for the audit was $2.2 million. This is our threshold that we use to determine our procedures as well as issue our independent auditor's report. We did have two significant risks throughout our audit. It is the same as what was presented in the audit service plan. and those are management override of controls, which basically means that management is in that unique position who can both journal entries as well as a presumed fraud risk and remedy recognition. These two significant risks do exist in every organization, and we do perform targeted procedures over these significant risks, and happy to report there were no issues identified in respect of these significant risks. We also did not encounter any significant difficulties, disagreements with management, or any limitations in our audit work, as well as although our procedures don't specifically detect fraud, there was none that came to our attention throughout the audit. And then we'll just move on to the next screen here. Our independent auditor's report will be, we will provide an unmodified opinion to the municipality's financial statements that they are presented fairly in accordance with the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards. We do also confirm that we are independent of the municipality, and we will issue a letter of independence confirming the same. And then we have requested certain written representations from management, which represent a confirmation of certain oral representation that were given to us during the course of the audit. And I'll pass it back over to Ashley to go over our financial statement highlights.
Thank you, Anna. So part of our procedures, we did review the consolidated statement of financial position, statement of operations, changes in net debt and cash flows. So I am highlighting here on the screen some financial highlights for those statements. The first statement you'll see is the statement of financial position. So looking at December 31st, 2025 being the year-end balances. Total financial assets ending the year just over 90 million. Financial liabilities were 49,177,000. So your net financial assets, which is the difference between those financial assets less your financial liabilities, is 41,111,000. Looking into your non-financial assets, this would consist of your tangible capital assets, any capital work in progress, land held for sale, and any prepaid expenses. So that was 247,947,000. Resulting from all those balances is the accumulated surplus for the year. So that's increased over the previous year, ending the year at 289,059,000. Looking now to the statement of consolidated operations. So notice here total revenues for the year from operational side of it was 50 million, just over. Expenses for the year, 42,841,000. So the net of those two for the annual surplus before the other expenses below is 7,159,000. Then we take into account the government transfers related to capital, user fees and other contributions related to capital, and any gain or disposal of capital assets, and the increase in future benefits in the year. So the total of that category was 5,121,000, which led to an annual surplus for the year of 12,280,000, which did lead to the increase that we saw on the previous page, resulting in that accumulated surplus at the end of the year of 289 million. Now we're on to the policies and note disclosures within the statements are consistently applied with the previous year. And as I mentioned, a full copy was in the council package as well. So we're touching on the highlights as well, and we'll go through all the notes. Looking further at the consolidated statement of the changes in net financial assets. So you can see here this takes into account the annual surplus for the year, and then the changes with respect to any of those tangible capital assets and any purchases of such to get to that change in net financial assets. And this reconciles back to the total we saw in the first statement of net financial assets of 41,111,000. The last statement within the package is the statement of cash flows. So this is a useful reconciliation to see kind of the increase in cash and what the ins and outs were for the cash balance in the year. So taking into account the annual surplus of 12,280,000 and backing out any items that aren't involving cash, that would be kind of your future benefits, any amortization expenses as well. Looking at the changes in those non-cash operating balances that you'll see on the statement of financial position, and then really getting into those capital activities. So the uses of cash being the acquisition of capital assets or work in progress in the year. So you can see there that on the capital activities, there was 19,681,000 spent balance this year on those capital activities. A small change in the investing portfolio in the year, and then financing activities, there was the repayment of long-term debt. So taking into account all of those operational, capital, investing, and financing activities led to an increase in cash of $1,327,000 in the year, which brought up the ending cash and cash equivalents balance to $68,082,000. Next, I just want to highlight one of the best practice recommendations that we noticed just going through and reviewing kind of the internal controls for the year. So it was noted within the accumulated surplus that a portion of that did relate to an unfunded deficit in the year. Based on our understanding and discussions with management, that does relate to just timing of when funds were spent for capital projects that will be financed with financing that's to come in the next fiscal year. But it is something that I wanted to flag just from the perspective of ensuring the sufficiency of reserves is reviewed, and to ensure that that deficit is reviewed and eliminated going forward with that funding coming in. So I can show further details here on what I'm referring to. So within the surplus, we do look at the investments in tangible capital assets and capital, also the reserves and reserve funds that are set up in the year. And then unfunded activities would comprise of the employee future benefits, any net long-term debt, and asset retirement obligations. So as a result of those items, there was a deficit from operations of $2,379,000, as I mentioned, relating to a timing of when funds were spent on capital projects where the financing hasn't come in yet until after year end. So just something to flag more as a best practice to ensure those reviews and ensure kind of any reserves that are in a negative position do have a plan for funding going forward. In talking with management again, you'll notice that the negative reserve there on the transportation line, we understand that the grant applications for that line to clear it out and ensure that's not negative is also underway. So again, just flagging as best practice recommendation to ensure that those balances continue to be monitored. The next item I'll go through is just our summary of unadjusted differences. So as part of our audit, if we do come across any differences, we discuss with management if those are corrected within the statement or if they are left and signed off as uncorrected. We are quite well below our materiality threshold that Neela had mentioned earlier, with our total unadjusted differences coming in at $449,000, so well below that $2.2 million. So those are the unadjusted differences that have not been corrected in these statements. Will even be looked to kind of going forward, or just timing of when the amounts were recognized. So a summary of those items there, just presentation with respect to the portfolio investments being held at cost versus fair value on the statements, just a PSAP reporting requirement there. So if we would calculate it under the fair value, there's a bit of a difference. Estimate of old building permits not written off in the year, so that makes another $233,000. Presentation item noted with respect to the reserve that is currently classified as deferred revenue. So I'm out there that we discussed with management, and then just adjusting a cutoff error noted with respect to the dispatch. And then the tax appeals that were reconciled in the year. So the cumulative effect of all of those items is the balance that we saw on the previous screen, which management will sign off in conjunction with the representation letter. The last item I just want to highlight for council as well is that there is an update coming for PSAB reporting standards, so accounting standards, that will have a different look to the financial position itself. So no changes expected to the balances, just the presentation is expected to change with these new standards. So continuing to monitor these pieces of it, and if any kind of significant impact to the municipality, is ensuring that council is aware as well, working with management. So that concludes our formal presentation. Happy to open it up if there's any questions.
Okay. Thank you. I'll open up for questions. Right now, I have one question for Director Dakin. The surplus, the deficiency. As soon as we apply for those loans, that tops up the reserve funds, correct? That deficiency will go away. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair to the chair, that's correct. So part of what you'll see in the package even tonight, the meeting package tonight is the application for those loans, and that's part of filling in this gap, as well as some of those reserve balances where they're in the negative. Those funds will flow back into those reserves, so it gets us back on the course.
Thank you. Open up for questions. Oh, sorry, there you are. Councillor Wilsey, floor is yours.
I had two. The first one is looking through the audits. We had a report from staff last month about the 2024 audit and asset management plan, and they noted that there was a $700,000 error that was made by the auditors on their 2024 that they told us about. And I just wanted, I didn't see anything as far as equity that would account for that $700,000 error. So I just want to learn how the auditors have reflected that correction in the 2025 audit. Being staff told us that they didn't implement the 2024 findings when they filed them because they were optional.
I don't know if Ashley or Director Dakin wants to handle that one.
I'm happy to take that.
Yeah, go ahead, Director.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey. So as you recall, that was part of that difference last year on the tangible capital assets, which we said was a presentation error, clerical error. And so when we did do the calculations, the error was just in the amount that was being reported. There was no finance attached to it. Ashley can maybe explain, or Nala can explain, just the way the number was going the wrong way when they presented those numbers to us. So do that deep dive. That's all it was. Yep.
Yeah, I can give our perspective on that. So when we were doing the 2024 audit, we did notice some of the tangible capital assets were being amortized at different rates than the accounting policy. That's what led us to have that kind of conservative estimate on last year's unadjusted schedule related to that, and asked management to look into it further. So they did look into it this year, and in looking into it in discussions with kind of the experts in the respective areas for the different departments, and talking to us as well and looking at what industry standards are, we did note that the amortization being utilized was appropriate for those classes of assets. It just hadn't been updated in the policy itself. So that piece of it remains. There was no kind of adjustment related to that side of it because they continue to be amortized on the policies that were utilized previously. Just with respect to the policy that was in the statement, that just had to be updated to what the practice was. So that was completed, and we felt comfortable too with the rates that were being used, looking across the board in different kind of municipalities and our network nationally as well, to ensure that those were appropriate.
One more question, Councillor, for follow-up?
Yeah, just as a follow-up there, so I guess I'm confused. Were they adjusted or not adjusted? Because you told us that in your audit findings we did need to adjust them, and then I just heard now that we didn't need to. So I guess I'm just a little bit confused as to why you said there was an adjustment, and even in council's report, or the staff's report they brought forward to council, there was a $300,000 adjustment, and I don't see that number anywhere in your report either. So if you don't need to adjust that, I guess that's fine, but whether we change numbers or not, there should be some adjustment that reflects that report. I don't see any of that.
So with respect to the unadjusted item on last year's statement, so anytime that we do find kind of an actual or suspected error, we would include it on that statement. So last year's number was kind of a conservative estimate of what we thought would be the calculation to align those practices to the policy that was in the statements. We've then since, discussed and validated with different experts in those areas that the rates being used in the system were appropriate, and the note itself just had to be updated to reflect those rates. So it wasn't necessarily a known error, it was just kind of an estimate of what needed to be looked into and a potential error. So when we looked into it and did further work with management, it didn't turn out to be an error. In fact, it was just the statements themselves, the policy needed to be updated for that.
Your last question, Councillor.
Okay.
Your next one.
Yeah, sorry, and I guess my last question then is, we had an update based on the reserves and at that point we were told there was about 77 million in cash in the bank. Looking at this audit, it shows there was only 68. So I'm just wondering where the difference is, or 68 or 66. Anyway, the difference of about $10 million, where is that between the year end of 2025 and when we got our update 2 months ago? Just because we already spent a bunch of the tax we got, so we didn't have 10 million in tax revenue in that time. So I'm wondering how the difference came from only having 66 million in the bank to the report we got from staff and said we had in the high 70s.
We looked at Director Dakin.
I can take that one through the chair to Councillor Wilsey. So what I'll have to do is go back and take a look at that report. I don't think the discrepancy was as large as you're saying, but we can take a look and come back and tell you exactly what that was.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. This is for M&P. It doesn't matter which lady. Other than the significant deficiencies in the internal controls of Appendix B, which is the reserve balancing and the opening deficits, is there anything else significant that council should be aware of in these reports?
Nope, that was the significant item that we wanted to bring to your attention, just to ensure kind of awareness of the sufficiency of reserves, that piece of it. Yeah, nothing else that we would highlight.
Yep, follow up, Councillor.
In the report, it contains both like the audit observations and the management's response. For myself's benefit and possibly the public, could you explain the difference between the audit's finding and the management explanation, and which portion represents your independent professional opinion?
Yeah, so the observation, impact, and recommendation is something that we would put together, and then management response is something that management would provide. So, Bill would provide to provide kind of context to council or the report as well, indicating their action on that item.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, sorry.
I got one last one and that's it. And for the benefit of myself and possibly the public, could you explain what an unmodified audit opinion means?
Yep. So that would mean a clean opinion that the financials are fairly presented in accordance with the Canadian public sector accounting standards. So as council, that is something that you'd want to see, that there is no modifications in place or any limitations on the opinion. So for your purposes, a clean opinion would be a good opinion.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, there are two motions, further motions. The council received the findings letter and that the draft audited financial statements for municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc on December 31st, 2025 draft audited financial statements for the municipality be approved. Someone to bring the motion. Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, first public meeting. Director Littleborn has been going to bring people in. This is, I'll wait till they're in, then I'll start. Yep. Yep.
Why don't you bring some along the wall? Bring some along the wall over here.
Ben?
They're just gonna keep coming, so.
As opposed to playing a zoning on and year out. That's my viewpoint of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Ben? Did he say 2 groups? Were you doing 2 groups or one?
2 groups of talkers, because I've got another people lined up in the hall.
For this one?
For this one,
Okay,
yes.
good, awesome.
2 groups of speaking.
Okay, you're in charge. Okay.
2 groups of speakers. So those are the 2 groups.
There's room over here too, if you guys want to go across.
Do you want us to go over there?
Cross right over. I would stand against that wall over here. It's like,
Smile while you're on TV.
So, welcome folks, and smile, we're all on camera tonight. Welcome here, I'm sure for many of you this is your first, maybe your only time here at Town Hall.
You want to speak?
So just a couple of points for everybody. I'll make the same point to everyone. Welcome. If you wish to speak, you get 5 minutes. I'm pretty generous on the time, so you go over a little bit. That's fine. I just ask one thing. Everybody can speak, but if you agree with the person before you in interest of time, just state your name and say I agree with them. And one final thing. We are, decorum, so no heckling. I was going to say cheering, but I don't think we've ever been cheered. So I just ask that we keep up the proper decorum. So with that, motion of the public meeting to consider an application for zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 384 Metcalfe Street East be open. Someone bring Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Motion carries. Mr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is a public meeting, and a public meeting only for 384 Metcalfe Street East. This is a property on the south side of Metcalfe, if Metcalfe technically ran east-west. This is a rezoning application to rezone from residential R1 to a residential R3. That's a high-density zone within the Strathroy-Caradoc zoning bylaw. Along with rezoning the property to allow for an apartment building, there are a number of zone standard changes that are being requested, and that includes 7 items, 4 for the main building and 3 related to a parking structure in the rear of the property. The application itself and the proposal is for a 47-unit multi-unit building or apartment building with, as I mentioned, parking in the rear. There is a outdoor amenity space along the side of the parking area. There are pickup of garbage and alike between the building, the apartment building, and the parking structure. And my report goes into more details on all of those parts of the proposal. It also goes into details over the policies that are applicable to the project. And I would just finally note that tonight is the chance to receive feedback on the application, and that it isn't the intent for a decision to be made by council. However, obviously council can provide some direction this evening in that regard. I'll leave it at that, but I'm available for any questions that may come throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments by the applicant? Yes, sir.
I would actually prefer to provide my presentation after I hear the public comments so that I can speak to anything that is raised. I could go through, I have received the comments in writing that have been provided to me through the municipality and the county. If you wish, I can do my presentation now.
Ask you to do it now that we go into the order, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Hind. I'm a senior planner with Strict Baldinelli Menez, the consultant who has been retained by the client in order to seek the zoning bylaw amendment that's before consideration for at this public meeting. I wish to advise the committee that a pre-consultation meeting for 384 Metcalfe Street was held on January 3rd, 2026. And it was via Teams, and our client, John Leahy, a number of our staff, Tim Williams from the County of Middlesex, Jake DeRider from Strathroy-Caradoc, and CJ, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, Alice Murr, was also in attendance. At that time, after considering the proposal, it was determined that in order to have a complete submission for the zoning bylaw amendment, the planning justification report, a site plan, the application form and fees, a functional servicing study, a geotechnical study, and a hydrogeologic study is going to be required. Those were all submitted in accordance with the pre-consultation, and there have been a number of public comments received. I believe there have been 10 in total, and I would respectfully suggest that a number of them were duplicate comments, like verbatim with some of the paragraphs. So although there were 10, I'm not diminishing that there were 10, but a lot of them are just verbatim of the same sort of issues. The issues as we understand it from the residents' concerns are the front yard setback being required 6 meters to a 1 meter setback, coverage being 45, whereas we are requesting 53%. The gross floor area with the parking garage, stormwater, and traffic. In our planning justification report, we had requested a relief from 6 meter setback to 1 meter, a side yard setback from 3 meters to 2.4, so like 0.6 of a meter, which is 1 foot, and the lot coverage being 45 to 55 in order to allow for the 2-story parking building. Now that parking building equates to 27% of the overall area of our coverage. The public comments that we've received, or first of all, the public comments that we received, not the neighborhood comments, are engineering and public works, had a number of concerns regarding new services and connections and requirement for stormwater. That was all addressed in the preliminary functional servicing report and would be further detailed when a detailed site plan is submitted. We're only before committee tonight asking for a rezoning from the residential 1 zone to a residential 3 zone. We're not talking about how we're going to be dealing with stormwater tonight, how we're going to be dealing with infrastructure, how we're dealing with anything else, except for asking for the residential 1 zone to be changed to a residential 3 zone. The county engineer had indicated that they require a dedicated land of up to 15 meters from the center line of the construction of the county road, which is Metcalfe Street. And so that requires us to have the request to have a 1 meter setback versus the 6 meter setback that is typical along that street, because the county can only request dedication when there's a planning application being submitted. So they're taking the opportunity to do that. And so we're abiding by that. We would give them their 15 meter from center line of construction of County Road 39, Metcalfe Street. That then equates to that we would only have 1 meter instead of what typically built form looks like right now. Planning staff had advised that the elevated parking garage and applying the accessory building standards, but they don't have any height of the structure. We have had conversation with our client and looking at the construction cost of building a elevated 2-story parking garage is significant. And we're looking at alternatives, and I'll present it right now that the site plan that was presented was the one that was presented, staff, county, and I applaud them for very quickly preparing a staff report. We may change that site plan. We're looking at maybe now just having surface parking. But if we have surface parking, it would mean that the building would have to be modified to allow for parking to go underneath the building, and it may be a 5-story building instead of a 4-story building. That will alleviate the parking garage, but is still within the maximum height of the R3 zone that we are seeking. The letters of concerns from the area residents. We have one from 46 Egerton Street. Now, 46 Egerton Street, if you look, I don't know if we can have a site plan put up or anything like that, but 46 Egerton Street is at the extreme southeast corner. It isn't even along the property boundary. It's one lot south of the south lot, or south boundary of our property. They have concerns with the reduced setbacks and increased lot and parking structure coverage. Well, yes, they would see that, but if we remove that parking structure, that would alleviate their concern. They also had proposed or concerns with the 2-level parking structure. Appears to be located directly behind the existing residential backyards, including my own. If built as proposed, it would introduce increased vehicle activity. Again, our clients, we brought these issues to our client's attention, and that's why he's looking at maybe removing that parking structure. But there's some effects that would have happened with the site plan. They also had a number of issues in terms of excavation adjacent to homes. We have the geotechnical report that was submitted. Groundwater, we have the hydrogeologic report that was submitted. Runoff is a site plan issue when detailed engineering design is completed at a site plan stage, not at a zoning stage. Vibration and settlement, there was no request at the pre-consultation meeting with county or town staff to ask for a noise or a vibration study. The issues of traffic entering and exiting the development, there was no request for a traffic impact study at the pre-consultation meeting. Trees, landscaping, wildlife habitat, there was no environmental impact study requested. Environmental wildlife assessment, no environmental impact study requested. Compatibility policies regarding your official plan and zoning, I will speak to at a later point. And that's detailed in the staff report. We have a further correspondence from an individual on Scott Street.
I just wonder, sorry, I apologize. Just wonder if the interest would go a lot if you can, I'm not trying to rush you along here, but rather than read each, if you could sum it up, because I imagine you got a lot of letters there, right? If you to go through every one, I just wonder if it's possible.
Okay, well, there were a number of issues, and I summarized after going through the 10. There were traffic, environmental, the parking, and everything like that. In our planning justification report, which was provided to the municipality at the outset of, with our submission, I won't go through the property or anything like that, even though I was, but to the west of this property, the properties are designated R3. they're designated industrial. From Metcalf going in a, from Egerton going in a westerly direction, there's an industrial 2, special provision 5, industrial 2, special provision 13, residential 3 immediately to the southwest of us, residential 3 on the east side of Egerton. We're on the west side of Egerton, and we're just asking for the residential 3 to mirror what's on the east side of Egerton. In terms of the front yard setback, so there were a number of issues that were raised in the public comments speaking about there's so many variations. And I'd like to suggest to you or indicate to you and provide information to you that the zoning bylaw requires a minimum front yard depth of 6 meters. The proposal seeks 1 meter. The reduction is appropriate and necessary due to the unique condition of the site, in particular Metcalf Street frontage, and is subject to a 3 meter wide road widening dedicated to the county, and that's why we're down to the 1 meter. The side yard setback currently requires 3 meters. We're requesting 2.4, 1 foot short. Because of the uniqueness of the slimness of this property and trying to provide for all of the provincial policy statements, your official plan policy statements, and the county official plan policies in terms of intensification and making the maximum use of the lot, we think that that is appropriate. The parking and drive aisles was another concern that was raised. The zoning bylaw requires a 7.3 meter drive aisle width with a 5.4 parking space length. You have, however, prepared a draft zoning bylaw 4308T, which is under public review, and that was as of November 2025. That is recommending to reduce those drive aisles, which we have literally designed our site plan to. And so we know that you are looking at alternatives, and we are trying to accommodate and appease the requirements. In closing, the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and I won't go through because you want me to go quickly. It's in conformity with the provincial planning statement. It's in conformity with the County of Middlesex official plan. Again, I could go through all of the policies as the 40-page planning justification report suggests. It's in conformity with the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc official plan. Appropriate scale, form, and compatibility. The 4-story apartment building represents a suitable intensification of an underutilized lot and incorporates design measures including buffering, reduced outlook, fencing, and strategic landscaping to ensure compatibility with adjacent residential uses. Its placement along Metcalf Street, which is an arterial road, where ingress and egress will totally be from that point, not onto Scott Street, where there are a number of other concerns from the Scott Street townhouse development owners are concerned about traffic. We're not going on to Scott Street, we're going up to Metcalf, which is an arterial road. An arterial road is the highest order separate highway within the municipality. It's similar to the other high-density residential zones and industrial zones that are west of Egerton. Thank you, Rick. I'll be pleased to answer any specific questions if the committee has, or you would like to bring me back at a later point.
No, that's okay. So let's go with the comments by members of the public. Just a reminder, you get 5 minutes, and if you agree with the person before you just state your name. So, who would like to start? There you go.
First of all, I appreciate council hearing us.
Sorry, just need your name, okay?
Tom Marshals, my wife and I live at 375 Scott Street East, Unit 33, Mill 6, vacant land, condo corporation number 632. Our property backs onto the proposed site. And as I understand it from a person that shall remain nameless, we should have been an R2. We should never have been put as an R3 so that somebody could lecture us on the fact that we are the same high density as that. It's a condo. And we have 49 units in a space that is approximately 6 times larger than the space that you were talking about. You talk about a unique site, it is unique. And in this case, it's not appropriate. Pretty well by what you were saying. And as far as lecturing the staff here on shame on you, you didn't ask for those reports? That's a justification? Sorry, that sounds like bully talk, and that's not even what I want to talk about, sir.
Can I just ask a question? Could we not make this, I understand.
Yep.
Not make it personal, okay?
Yep. Unfortunately, it is personal because of what's happening. But anyways, I'll try to be quick, and I do have notes, so I won't diverge. Oh, maybe.
You have 5 minutes. Take your time.
First of all, we welcome development of this property. It's been allowed to be an eyesore for decades, and it's time to change it. We agree with that 100%. I'd also like to acknowledge all of the other submissions. Thank you for doing that. I know some of you do not live close, but even if you live at the other end of the street, your voice should be heard. I want to make some references from the parties involved, right off the website actually. Thoughtful integration into existing communities, providing schools, parks, and transportation at your door. That's from Escalade Developments. From the town, to pursue complementary development to enhance the community. Development that fits in seamlessly with existing and similar structures. These visionary platitudes directly contradict the spirit and intent of this proposal, which seeks to bend every existing bylaw standard in the name of progress. This proposal is not a stretch, it's an insult to the community and to the Strathroy Planning Department and all of this municipality. And here's why. The official Strathroy plan calls for a minimum of 2 hectares of land for medium to high-rise, high-density development. This property is 25% of that required size. Regardless, yes, it is unique. Front yard setback is 6 meters down to 1. And by the way, 1 foot is not 1/6 of a meter. Just, I'm a former teacher, so it's hard to get stuff like that by me. 85% stretch of the requirement for the front yard setback. It will impede the view of residents and traffic. Side yard requirements are 20% stretched. Accessibility parking garage, or accessory parking garage is 20 to 24 feet above ground level, unless they sink it down, in which case groundwater will be a great thing to drown the vehicles. This will make it tower over Egerton Street homes and Scotts Gate homes, and also be built closer and taller than bylaws currently allow. And I did look up stats for a 2-level parking structure. I won't quote them because I'm sure that they are known by people. But a double load parking bay requires 54 to 60 feet across. That's without including a side ramp.
I'm going to interrupt you again. Just
Yep.
the people next door can't hear you. So you step back a little bit from the microphone.
Oh.
I tell you, that's a teacher. You got a very deep voice. So.
It's an upset teacher, actually. Which is even worse.
I created a few of those in my day.
Which is even worse. I'll have you know I didn't really do the strap thing, so you're okay. That is without including a side ramp that will require an abrupt turn two-way traffic capability, and a very steep incline, and a 20 to 24 foot larger space on one side. And yes, I know you've addressed the fact that, well, maybe we're now going to put the parking under the building, and I would suggest to you that your proposal is not really ready to go anywhere if you are making changes just before a meeting. But I did notice in the statement, by the way, it's a little bit different than the one that I saw. And I will add too that when we first got this notice, and by the way, I don't have mine yet, and I'm one that is right on this property. This has changed a little bit, and I see now in bullet number 2 under summary highlights, the application facilitates the construction of a 47-unit, multiple-unit building with parking within the rear of the building. That's news. That's news to us, but it's sort of corroborated by what was said a few minutes ago. So obviously it's changing in process, this whole thing. Lot coverage is about 80% for the apartment and garage, with roadways, curbs, ramp, bringing that total to nearly 95%. I'm wrong on that. It's 98% ground coverage. Numbers, and then it also says in this council report, 30% of that property will be for landscaping. Really? I haven't seen concrete trees too often, but as far as groundwater runoff, drainage will be highly affected as there is nowhere for surface water to escape except for adjoining private properties.
About 30 more seconds, okay?
Okay. Traffic impact will be significant, and the exit is 60 to 70 feet from a stop sign and onto a major truck and traffic artery. Planning websites indicate 2 trips in and out. That's 94 times the traffic coming out of that property, as if there were a single person there before, which there was not. The feasibility study is non-conclusive at best and full of non-relevant references, they often refer to the proposed townhouse development right in the report. They also talk about a fire hydrant and its flow capacity, and it's in Mount Bridges, Ontario, the one that they're referring to. All numbers are best guesses by the looks of it, and I can reference one specifically: storm sewer design with 5-year curve, 2022 capacity review.
You're gonna have to just, and I apologize, got a lot of people, I gotta get everybody in, okay?
I'm almost done.
Okay, finish your up and roll.
The slope percentage for Metcalfe Street and Egerton Street ranges from 0.08 to 0.30. 6 of those 10 sections are in red or yellow for future capacity, meaning they're not going to handle that groundwater. Groundwater issues are significant. Fire suppression, zoning, I could keep going and I won't. Conclusion: in terms of the integrity-based critical thinking and decision-making, that this proposal falls way short. There is no integrity in this process, as far as I'm concerned, and there is not much in the proposal. It's like planting a dump truck in a child's sandbox and then saying, "Go play." If you think and say that this is wrong for this location, because it is, then respectfully do the right thing. Vote it down. That's what integrity is all about.
Thank you. Next, I hate to use this.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
Just a technical note. I'm getting comments from people saying that the broadcast volume for people watching online is not very good.
Right.
So
That's why I say when you speak, just step back from the microphone. Leave it. There you go. Okay.
Hopefully everyone will be able to hear me now. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public here present tonight. My name is Kevin Morrison, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter for the development at 384 Metcalfe Street East. I'm going to speak on the materials and the information that came out ahead of this meeting, not on what we heard tonight. because that's the material I had when I wrote this report. I want to begin by being very clear that I recognize that Strathroy-Caradoc needs additional housing, and I also accept that this property may be suitable for apartment development. However, supporting housing does not mean the council must approve every design or every zoning exception that is placed before it. This is not simply a 47-unit apartment building with a parking lot. It is a 4-story apartment building combined with a large 2-level open-air parking structure immediately beside established residential properties. To make this development fit on approximately 1 acre, the applicant is seeking 5 significant zoning exceptions. The front yard setback would be reduced from 6 meters to only 1 meter. The side yard setback would be reduced from 3 meters to 2.4 meters. And overall lot coverage would increase from 45 to 53%. The permitted coverage for the parking structure would increase from 15 to 26.1%, approximately 74% above the normal standard. When a development requires this many exceptions involving setbacks, coverage, and building size, council must ask whether the design fits the property or whether the property is being asked to accommodate such a development. The open-air parking structure is particularly concerning. Unlike an ordinary surface parking lot, the upper level would or could expose neighboring homes to headlights, vehicle noise, parking lot lighting, car alarms, snow clearing activity, and overlooking. Yet the public material does not include parking structure elevations showing its height, appearance, screening, or relationship to the nearby homes. Top-down site plan, a top-down site plan cannot tell residents what they will actually see and experience from their properties. The plan also confirms that all traffic would use a single 2-way driveway from Metcalfe Street. That driveway and internal fire route must accommodate residents, visitors, deliveries, moving trucks, garbage collection, snow removal equipment, and emergency vehicles. The site plan identifies relatively small snow storage areas and states that excess snow will be trucked away. Garbage collection is located internally near the driveway and parking structure. These details reinforce how tightly the property has been designed. There's also serious inconsistencies within the supporting documents that were received for this meeting here tonight. The public notice and the June site plan describes a 4-story apartment building with a 2-level open-air parking surface. However, the February geotechnical report repeatedly states that it was prepared for a 5-story apartment building with paved parking area. That 5-story reference appears 3 separate times in the introduction, in the recommendations, and in the section dealing with foundations. And according to the report, that information came from the developer and an earlier preliminary site plan. This may mean that the project was reduced from 5 stories to 4 between February and June, and if so, that should clearly be confirmed and explained. But the parking discrepancy is just as important. A large 2-level parking structure is not the same as paved parking lot. It is a substantial structure requiring its own foundation and engineering considerations. Basically what I'm saying, then I'll wrap it up, is that you need more information before you can do anything, and my request tonight is just receive a report, because there'll be other public meetings coming as we get going. We don't have the information here tonight that's required to even consider rezoning here tonight, and I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Next. I think I've only ever used it once. Indulge me, okay? You're gonna like sit on your hands and do that, right?
No, I'm not next.
Who'd like to speak next? No?
I'll go for it.
Okay.
Good evening. Mine will be nice and short.
Name and address.
I'm Karen Butt. I live at 46375 Scott Street East. My home does not back onto this lot, but I am still a concerned citizen of Strathroy. In addition to the email I submitted with my concerns regarding sightlines, increased traffic, and how it would affect the common elements of the adjacent condominiums, I would like to emphasize that the east end of Strathroy is predominantly bungalow and raised bungalows. The size of the proposed building and the two-story garage is not conducive with the existing homes in this area. Due to the size and requirements of this building, planned properly, it should be built in new development areas, not squeezed into a lot in an established, mature neighborhood. These amendment requests clearly signify that it is not the correct location for such a building. Strathroy is growing and we do need more housing, but it needs to be planned accordingly so as not to take away from our beautiful city. Thank you.
On the hands, folks. Who would like to speak next?
Carol, are you speaking?
I just got a couple minutes. I'm Harold Aberhart. This development abuts to the back of my lots. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my wife, Nancy. I'm going to be short, so somebody else can have my wife's 5 minutes. So anyway, like we have previously submitted an email to the town council, and our concerns, like we agree with all our fellow neighbors and everything. And we respectfully ask that council supports us and not approve the zoning change for this type of development in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I probably got 7 or 8 minutes for somebody else.
Who would like to speak next?
Hi, my name is John Grant. I live at 33 Eggerton Street. I apologize if some of this sounds repetitive because I did this like last week, so I do apologize for that. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is John Grant. I live at 33 Eggerton Street. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the development of application 4384 Metcalfe Street East, particularly the proposed 4-story building and 2-level parking structure. I'm concerned about the impact this development could have on our character of our neighborhood and the residents who live nearby. The proposal would directly affect 18 neighboring residents, the majority of which are occupied by seniors who have lived in this neighborhood for many years. While I recognize Strathroy is growing and new housing is needed, growth should occur in a manner that is consistent with the official plan that council adopted earlier this year. Excuse me. My concern is that this proposal does not appear to be consistent with the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc official plan, including the following key policies. I'm not going to cite the policies, just the section. Section 2386, the infrastructure. Section 239, urban and rural character. Section 2393, urban design principles. And Section 2397, high-rise development. These policies were adopted to guide growth, responsibility, ensure that infrastructure can support new development, protect the character of the existing neighborhoods, and promote capable urban design. In particular, Section 2397 states that consideration must be given to the height and massing of adjacent buildings. Based on the policies of this official plan, this proposal does not appear to be adequately reflect the height and massing of the surrounding neighborhood and therefore does not appear to meet the intent of that policy. The official plan represents council vision for responsible and sustainable growth. It provides a planning framework that residents, developers, council, and the public rely upon when evaluating development proposals. These policies should be applied consistently and fairly. I respectfully ask council to carefully evaluate this application against the policies of the official plan before making a decision. approving a proposal that is not consistent with the planning framework adopted in January 2026 raises concerns about the integrity of that framework and the precedent that such a decision could set for future development applications. My request this evening is simple. I respectfully ask the mayor, deputy mayor, and councils to uphold the policies of the official plan, carefully consider the impacts of this proposal would have on the surrounding neighborhood, and support the residents by voting against this application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next.
Can I enter that into the record? Or?
Yeah, we will get a copy of that.
Okay, thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Yeah, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Jennifer Gillis, and I'm short. I live at 307 Metcalf East, and I'm not directly affected. However, I just wanted to support that. I would like council to really consider not accepting this proposal for the fact that many people will be really affected by it. The height of the building of 4 stories is really doesn't meet that area. It won't look good, and I would really
buffering, landscaping, mitigation of noise and headlights from the parking structure, pedestrian safety, streetscape compatibility, wind impacts, and several other matters relating to compatibility. To me, that indicates there are still important planning questions to be answered. With that in mind, I'd like to leave the council with 6 questions that I hope will assist in your deliberations. First, construction impacts. What measures will protect adjoining homes, fences, and mature trees during construction? Will vibration monitoring, communication with neighboring property owners, and a clear process for documenting and addressing damages be established before work begins? Secondly, traffic. Has the traffic analysis fully evaluated the vehicle movements generated by 47 residential units and a 2-level parking structure? Have safe vehicle and pedestrian sightlines at the proposed entrance been confirmed? Third, shadow impacts. Planning staff requested additional information regarding shadowing. Has that work now been completed? And has it been made available to both council and to the public? Fourth, the requested site-specific zoning exceptions. This proposal depends on several site-specific zoning amendments, including reduced setbacks, increased lot coverage, and expanded parking structure permissions. How did planning staff conclude that these exceptions, both individually and cumulatively, maintain compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood? Fifth, drainage and groundwater. The engineering report indicates that approximately 75% of the site will be impervious surface, while the detailed stormwater design will be addressed through site plan approval. What evidence was relied upon at this stage to conclude that neighboring properties will not experience adverse drainage or groundwater impacts? Finally, emergency access. Has the fire department formally reviewed and accepted emergency vehicle access to all portions of the proposed development? These are questions not intended to oppose growth or unnecessarily delay development. They are intended to better understand the planning evidence supporting the zoning amendments council is being asked to approve. Planning staff have already identified several areas where additional information has been requested. Before approving this application, I ask council to ensure that the planning evidence supporting these requested zoning exceptions is complete, transparent, and sufficient to explain why this particular form of development is appropriate for this site. If those questions have not been fully answered, I respectfully ask that council defer its decision until that information is available to both council and to the public. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you. Anyone else? We have another group to come in.
I'll just take 1 minute. I'll make
Oh,
a
couple
couple
of
things.
yep.
I wasn't going to because I know there's a lot of people. My name is Charlene Grant. I live at 33 Egerton Street. I'm also speaking on behalf, I submitted a letter on behalf of, I'm a caregiver, so I have clients in Scottsgate at number 31, and due to some health reasons, they cannot speak for themselves. So I'm speaking on behalf of them also. We both live in the neighborhood. As you've heard from everybody here, there's a lot of issues, and I just want to ask everybody here, all the council members, mayor, deputy mayor, if you could please turn down this proposal. We would appreciate all of your support in doing that for us. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Director Wilborn, can you help me? Is there another? There's another group that come in. Folks, appreciate it. You were.
This group has to leave.
Yeah, let's kind of do it right. It'll be like herding cats. And if we can,
I'm sorry.
please, council. All right, let's resume for the new folks that came in and just give some of the rules of engagement. You get 5 minutes. I'm pretty generous, so if you need to go a few seconds over, I won't. I only have one other request. No heckling, we hear that. Never heard cheering, so and I don't like to gavel people. So let's all just be.
Do you want us to cheer?
Maybe. We'll see what happens, right? But I just asked for decorum, so go ahead, sir, and introduce yourself so we know who you are.
Oh, I know, it's horrible.
I listened to the presentations, and this microphone is an issue. Yeah. I hope everybody. Okay. Before I start, I want to congratulate the city mayor and the council and prior leaders for creating and maintaining a wonderful rural, conservative town environment. I particularly like the smile that the mayor has, which is encouraging. I'm also impressed with the online communication documentation that includes Vision 2055 document. I've been in the process of auditing and changing my presentation as I listen to other people talking, so I apologize if there's a lot of repetition here. So my name is David Neff. I'm very upset. I'm 78, and I'm very upset with the city council at this point in time for one reason. I moved from London last year and found a perfect home in Strathroy's South Gate.
Use your mic, sir. We can't hear you. Use your mic. Just move over. Just right here.
Well, I'm just worried about the feedback.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. So, as I said, I moved here from London. I'm required to make one area, affected area definition. The 49 homes and condos in Scottsgate, plus the 14 homes in Egerton Street on the first block off of Metcalf. There's 63 homes, and I call this the affected area. Okay. So the first thing is I have a rhetorical question for City Council. When you see a petition that has been signed by more than 100% of the constituents in the affected area, how do you respond? I suggest that you attempt to put yourself in the position and ask, what would I do? If you are not an alien, and I assume you're not, you would respond, I would do the same as my constituents. Not to be too negative, I think the location, it's the location that's the issue. I think everybody agrees with this. The proposed building is ridiculous and absurd. Can you imagine standing in your once and no longer private backyard, looking up at the Albatross building just a few meters away, seeing people on their balconies looking down at you? How could this proposal still be on the table? Again, City Council, what would you do if you lived in the affected area that I defined? I suspect a lot of people would try to move out, but who in their right mind would want to buy a home? No one in this area. Which constituents is City Council most aligned with? Your current residents or the property developers from London? To escalate, why have you compromised your current communication, or why have you compromised your current community building standards for us in Strathroy compared to those properties in Aylmer, Tillsonburg, Ingersoll, and London? There are no similarities. Your properties are well designed and fit into the local community. They're large lots, large land boundaries, and roads between the apartment building and the surrounding homes. Well done, but you're not welcome. So do not, I'm talking to escalate, do not treat us in Strathroy as inferior. You have failed to put the proverbial wool over our collective eyes. So just moving on, I did a survey of the non-commercial area, the northeast of our location, and there were, this area is about 4 kilometers squared or 180 acres. I found 80% of the homes to be single level homes, 20% to be 2-story buildings, and zero apartment buildings. So why are we subjected to this apartment building all of a sudden? It totally changes the community, what they're really asking for. Okay, last page. I'm getting very dry.
Then you got 30 seconds, okay?
Okay. Conclusion, in my opinion, our City Council must deny the request for rezoning for some of these reasons. The proposed building does not belong in an all-house area of Strathroy. There are 0 apartments in this area. The Albatross building will destroy the privacy of people living around it. Next, it will result in significant depreciation of our homes. Who would buy a home knowing you will have no outdoor privacy anymore? Did Escalade management try to intimidate residents on Egerton Street? Yes, Egerton Street. If they did, the rezoning should be denied. Escalade has classified 5 rezoning specification changes as minor, and they're not, they're major. To finish on a positive note, there is a win-win opportunity that could be advanced. Strathroy's Vision 2055 Statement 4, which I changed a little bit, proceed to designate and develop a futuristic high-rise apartment park and invite Escalade to design and build the first ultra-modern apartment complex in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Will you go ahead? I'm going last.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Richard Neath. I am talking on behalf of most of the residents that have concerns here. Probably going to duplicate some things, but the development is proposing a 4-story apartment building and multi-level parking garage. That's before there was a caveat to that they may not do that. Backing onto low-density residential on both sides. The following represents the major concerns of local residents. This is the main one I want to say. To date, no such development has occurred in Strathroy-Caradoc, where a 4-story building and multi-level parking structure has been constructed directly behind low-density residential homes. If this type of development was allowed to proceed by council, it would set a precedence for future developments of a similar nature that would be undesirable. The proposed development does not fit seamlessly with the current neighborhood. The height of the proposed building and parking garage would require significant screening to provide any semblance of privacy. This has been discussed. And this reduced setbacks is going to minimize that ability to do that. A multi-level parking garage would result in light pollution entering homes due to the elevated headlights of the vehicles and smoke clearing equipment. They suggested that they might reduce that to one level and go and increase the building to 5 stories. I don't agree with any of that. If anything, it'd be more costly to go below grade, which is doable, but they're trying to do the least costly. And there is a concern that there will be insufficient access to the southwest side of the proposed development for firefighters if a fire were to break out on that side of the building, which could lead to adjacent properties catching fire. We believe that a single-story detached homes or a single-story townhouse development, similar to the recent ones that have been completed on Head Street, very similar property size, have been completed. We therefore request that the current application for rezoning 384 Metcalfe Street to allow the 4-story apartment and multi-level parking garage is denied. Thank you.
With the gavel.
It's a new group.
Is it a new group? Okay, I haven't saw my routine. They haven't seen my routine. Go ahead, introduce yourself, sir.
Jeremy Cormier. I live on 375 Scott Street as well. I just want to say thank you to the council members that did come out and meet with us and take a look at the property. It's much appreciated.
We'll take that applause.
I agree with what everyone's saying, and I guess one point that I wanted to make comes from our bylaws, section 2.3, 9.6. And the official plan states that medium-rise development must be compatible with adjacent uses by having regard to the height and massing of adjacent properties, providing sufficient setbacks, providing adequate space for tree planting and landscape, and be oriented to maximize privacy and daylight conditions. The density, height, and character of the development will be compatible with adjacent uses, which this project definitely is not. As been stated, I believe Strathroy needs more homes. And I was trying to figure out like what kind of size of building that this would be, parked between 2 homes and in behind people's houses. And I thought maybe that the West Memorial Arena, but that is too small. It would be more like the new Holiday Inn building that you want to park in that lot, which is a little ridiculous when you think of that size of that building. So, that's everything. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next?
You got me.
Sure, we got you.
My name is Liz Van Stein. I live at 375 Scott Street East, Unit 40. I'm one of the directors on the board. We have 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Most of our directors are here as well tonight. We have a petition. We got 261 names just from the houses that are around us. Scotts Gate, Egerton, Metcalfe Pine, 307 Metcalfe. We've done an amazing job. I have the same questions as everybody else, but I'm going to skip all them. Somebody said about animals. You didn't do an animal survey. The animals that we got from 384 Metcalfe was chipmunks, squirrels. We got a groundhog with babies. I had an owl in my tree. So the next time you tear down a property that has vegetation and trees, please do a study. Those animals have a right to go somewhere before you take them all down, and they don't have no place to go. Escalade talked about what's in our neighborhood. West of Egerton that is residential to Scotts Gate. From Scotts Gate over to McNabb, it's a meridian, I think. But we don't see them. We don't hear them. We don't hear their cars. We don't have a worry about their water runoff. East of Egerton is all residential. South of Egerton, yes, it's commercial, but we don't hear them either. We don't hear their cars. We don't hear nothing. Has there been a study? You said you missed studies tonight. Has there been a study that there was never a burial on this site? I'm sure that house was built in the 1920s. What was on there before that? That's my question. And that's about all. I would like to thank, the same as everybody else, the mayor, the councilors that did get back to me on my emails. It was much appreciated. Fire Chief Beasley, thank you for listening to us too. And everybody else in the room that's here tonight, I thank you for listening. Tim Williams and Jake, sorry Jake, I can't remember your last name. Thank you for meeting with us as well. It's much appreciated. This project needs to be shut down, and like everybody else, we don't disapprove of growth, but what growth we do disapprove of is a 4-story, 2-story parking garage. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else, or could we move on to council questions? Okay. Really appreciate everyone's comments. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions and comments by members of council. Deputy Mayor McGuire.
Thank you. Thank you everybody that attended tonight and those that are sitting over in the other room. It's appreciated. I enjoyed seeing the site and reviewing this application. Just trying to be quick here, the PPS talks about intensification. We've done that repeatedly over the years while sitting at this table, but that doesn't mean it's unfettered intensification. And in my opinion, this is an over-intensification of this site. The county official plan is very broad-based, just says development should go into urbanized areas. It's really about our official plan. We've put these rules in place. I believe people have the right to know that we're going to follow them. And in that regards, I'll just point out that 2.3.9.3, it's on page 5 of 34 of the report. And about halfway through that paragraph, it says development shall be compatible with adjacent residential uses, including the location of buildings with respect to shadow and privacy. It also talks about that it has to be the same or fit into the neighborhoods. And I don't believe this is going to fit into the neighborhood at all. So in that regards, I will stand with the people that are here tonight and thank you for bringing your comments forward. But I would never be able to support this development in its current proposed state.
Thank you. I'll let that go. He rarely gets cheers. Yeah, so we'll let that go. Any other, Councillor Pelton?
Yes, thank you. Just looking at the list of people that signed the petition, there is a massive amount of people from my youth who live in the condo facility, were members of the United Church that I've known for my entire life, friends that I meet with now, and clients of where I work, family members. To Mr. Neve, I just want to say, I know you said you're angry at town council, but no, that just me. Was it not Mr. Neve that said he was angry? Oh, yeah. This is not our proposal, okay? You don't need to be angry at us. We did not solicit this proposal. As anybody, you could propose to build a chicken farm there, and we would have to hear your proposal, even though we would likely turn it down. So just wanted to point that out.
He said thank you, if no one can hear him.
Yep. One of the things that's unique about this is the intersection of Egerton and Metcalfe. And for those of us who have lived here forever, you know that there's a slight curve there. And I make the turn every morning. Just try to picture the town hall here. 40 feet brings you to about the top of the bell tower. And you would be staring at that from your 50 feet from your backyard, your deck coming out here. That is a massive wall. And I just want to point out that we have a number of other builders who already have approved site plans, and I'm going to name them. There are four-story buildings approved for 2nd Street. No other houses around. There is one building for right across Canadian Tire. I think the nearest house was 150 feet from that proposal. There are 2 buildings proposed for Walmart, behind Walmart, that are situated so that they don't look out over Twin Elms, but the parking lot is also between the buildings and Twin Elms, so there's distance again for the people. There is a 4-story building approved for in front of Strathmere Lodge. Again, there's nobody there who's going to be impacted with a 50-foot wall right outside their house. We also have 10 stacked townhouses approved on Darcy that have yet to be built, and 3 more on Twin Elms. So we don't need to have another approved building or give a developer a competitive edge because they're skirting the price of the property by buying something that's really too small for the building or for the property. The other thing that one person mentioned it, I was surprised it wasn't mentioned more, was the shadow lines. So I have a fantastic deck in my backyard. It was the reason I bought the house. On one corner of it, I've got a gazebo. That corner never sees the sun. One day, I was stepping down, turned the garden hose on the green moss, because it never dries, and I broke 2 ribs. So when you talk about the daily impact of what a shadow line can cause, it's not just the loss of privacy or, you know, plants, gardens may not be in. And I spent $400 on plants that go in planters this year. And like, you know, to have them die because they don't get any sun, or you spent thousands of dollars on landscaping that might die because they don't see the sun. But I am very concerned about the rot that will be caused on people's roofs and houses because they'll never properly dry with the shadow line. So I guess to wrap it up, I will never be in favor of a 4-story unit in that space. No matter what changes you make. You said that, you know, there will be buffering. There is no amount of buffering you can do for the 3rd and 4th floor looking into people's backyards. And intensification, you said about making maximum use of the lot. Intensification does not mean maximum. And you don't necessarily have to make maximum profit off of this property. How about just making a decent profit and doing something that's respectful to the neighborhood? Those are my comments.
Can I chime in before I turn over to council, because I agree with the deputy mayor and Councillor Pelkman, but I want to give a real life where council had approved a 2-story, and I don't want this either, because I would not want this in my backyard. But suggest to council, go look at 600 Albert Street. There's a 2-story there that was approved by council 12 years ago. 2 stories. And it was just after I visited with these neighbors. Those neighbors asked me to come in and have a look. That's 2 stories, and it's right beside their house. And that's 2 stories, and it's, to me, a bridge too far. So I just answer that one simple question. Would I want this in my backyard? Somebody asked that question, and my response would be no, I would not. So I will not be supporting this moving forward. Anyone else wish to? Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. When I first read this, I had to read it 2 or 3 times because I was bewildered by what they were asking. I was bewildered by it wasn't just one particular amendment. It was so many more than just one.
And I have lived in this area my whole life, and while I have not lived right in Strathroy, I am in Strathroy, I'm in Mount Bridges all the time. I drive up and down these roads my whole entire life, and I looked at this and I was stunned. I mean, it didn't make any sense, and I was, you know, I had someone come up to me and talk to me about this, and they said, you know, intensification is important, and Sandy, you always talk that, you know, we need more homes, and we absolutely do, but we need to be thoughtful on how we build more homes. This is not thoughtful. It never looked thoughtful, and I feel like this was just something, one of the residents said, Sandy, this is intensification on steroids. Possibly, I would like to agree with that. Councillor Pelkman touched on every single thing that should have been touched on. And all of you that are here took the time to sit down and write out your concerns, talk to one another, and come here today and show that this is extremely important to you and everybody else around you. So I applaud your efforts for that. I applaud the fact that you're coming in and participating, and that means everything, because this community is worth it. So I would absolutely not support this.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you to my fellow councillors for stating what I would agree with your opinion about it not fitting into the neighborhood, the questions about shadow lines, etc. The one point that does stick out to me is the traffic concern. It was the first thing that came to my mind when I saw the lot being only one lot from the corner. I thought that's kind of awkward, and I could see the potential problems, as Councillor Puckman noted, when people are going in and out of that lot. And I just have one question for Mr. Williams, because it came up, and I think it's a good one, is why was there no traffic study done at this point? Is that something that would come later in the process? Or, yeah, I just wonder if you could answer the question why we didn't do a traffic study here.
Through the chair to an R2 would allow for the townhouses and alike, but there's a maximum number of townhouses of 10 in that R2 category. So we might look at a deviation from that requirement, similar to what you're seeing tonight with other deviations. You might look at the number of units to change, but keep all of the development standards of the R2 zone category. The alternative would be to have it R3, and there isn't a limit on the number of townhouse units in an R3 zone category until we get much higher. There are other things that start to kick in, like ability to have parking spaces and other things like this that would limit one from being a
property, which is, yes, I guess, yeah, that's my question.
Through the chair, that's correct. Anything that they want to do more than a 4-unit development of either townhouses, semi-detached, single dwelling with accessory units in the basement, that sort of thing, 4 units, that's what they're permitted now. And so anything they want to do beyond that would require rezoning.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilsey, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. This one is for Manager Williams and Chief Beasley. When looking at the fire department, or the fire plan for this, and just remembering back to other proposals we've had before, even when we've had like 15 or 20 units on a lot, we've required 2 accesses and room for a fire truck to turn around and get in and out of that. So we've seen hammerhead driveways, we've seen dead end places to turn around, parking rearranged. My next question is to both of you. Has that been reviewed as far as fire and fire engine access, and how would they access the parking structure if it went through this? And then secondly, have we talked to the developer to see if they'd be amenable to doing something similar to some of the developments that are around them?
When we go to Chief Beasley for the fire question, and we'll go to Mr. Williams for the rest. Ronnie, yep.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Woolsey there. To be honest, no, we have not had an opportunity to have a look at any kind of finished drawings yet. I know that they're very, very much in the preliminary stage of this piece. And I don't want to comment on what essentially are, I don't want to say sketches, but they're just it's just a rough outline of what's potentially going to be there until such time as we've got some kind of official drawing in front of us. I will say that just looking at it, it seems like a narrow space to try and fit in a lot of what they'd like to fit in, but I'll leave it at that. We've not had an opportunity to look at any kind of official drawings or anything as of yet.
Mr. Williams, did you have anything to add to that, or is it sufficient?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Mr. Mayor, is there a motion on the floor?
There will be shortly.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, we have to close the public meeting.
We're going to close it first. Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions? Motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor of closing? Floor is yours, Councillor Brennan.
I'd like to propose that we rezone the property to an R2. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for the motion? No. Are you seconded, Councillor?
I'll throw it out there. We might as well debate it.
Okay. Go ahead. It's on the floor now.
I just wanted to speak to it. Councillor Derbyshire raised the point, so I thought before we exit a public meeting, let's get this on the floor. It seems there's resistance to rezoning to an R3. Clearly, an R1 I don't think is something that we want to leave on the property. We want to have intensification of housing in our community. So rather than turn down the R3, I thought we could signal that we are in favor of development, and an R2 zoning seems to provide for the type of development that would be suitable for the neighborhood and that people next door would probably accept. So I just thought I'd throw that out there for council to debate. Whether it succeeds or fails tonight, I don't know, but I just thought we could look at that for a moment and then we'd see where we end up.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Palmer, then Councillor Pelkman.
I wonder if Mr. Williams could just give us a summary of what would be allowed on R2, please.
So I'm going to go off of memory, and then if I think it'll be all right. The zone category R2 allows for single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, linked homes, a group home, a multi-unit building up to 10 units, a townhouse up to 10 units, a street townhouse up to 10 units.
Okay. Councillor Palmer, then I would like to ask a question.
Is there any restriction on height in the R2?
Yes.
What would that be?
Okay, so that's where it gets a little bit more complicated. So with a single detached dwelling, it's 12 meters, and then there are varying heights, and those are things that I need a minute to check.
The maximum would be helpful.
Yeah, so just if you wouldn't mind giving me a moment.
Give me a minute. I see Councillor Pelkman have, then I'll come back to you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. I guess, you know, tonight was a public meeting and there was no decision supposed to be made tonight. We were just supposed to listen. And I think I would rather have a proposal in front of me before I make the zoning change. I'm not against an R2, and I'm going to guess that's eventually where it's going to end up, hopefully. But I would still rather see a proposal in front of me rather than just change the zoning when it wasn't requested.
Okay. Councillor Wilsey had his hand up for a bit, Councillor Kenneth. So go ahead, Councillor Wilsey.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Councillor Pelkman on this again. We weren't asked to make a zoning change tonight, and I feel that if we were to make a zoning that the developer's not asking for, it might take us to the same place before where we jumped the gun and made a decision before we even had a proposal in front of us, and I'm not in favor of doing that again.
Thank you. Councillor Kenneth.
Yeah, I think we're kind of at, it's go back to the drawing board is where we're at. So rather than put anything in place, I think it's just go back to the drawing board.
Okay, Councillor Brennan.
I support all those comments, but I wanted this discussion to take place after a lengthy public meeting so the public could see the way the council is thinking, and so the developer could get a signal as to maybe the preferences of council, that we're not opposed to intensification, but we need some kind of moderation here. And if we develop a plan, if somebody comes forward with an R2, council, I think would be most interested to see that. Thank you.
With that, we do have a second motion, so we're going to vote the motion. All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? That motion is defeated. If there are no further comments from council, we'll move to the next, which is to receive the information report for information. Councillor Caddis, Deputy Mayor. All in favor of receiving for information? Thank you. Folks, we're going to take a recess, but I really want to thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. With that, folks, we're going to take a 15-minute recess until 8, let's say 8:10. Mover to take.
I still have the answer, Tim.
10:25. Here, all in favor of recess. 8:10. Okay. Someone to bring a motion to resume our proceedings. Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Motion carries. We are at public meeting number 2, which is to consider an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 700 Adair Boulevard. Motion to open the public meeting. Councillor Palmer, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Motion carries. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and those in attendance this evening. This is a rezoning application for the property at 700 Adair. It's at the southwest corner of Adair and Wright Street. This is a property that has a FD zone at current, and it is designated industrial or urban employment in the Strathroy-Caradoc official plan. The property is approximately 20 hectares in size, and it has frontage both on Wright Street and on Adair Boulevard. The applicant is seeking to rezone the property from FD to a site-specific industrial zone, general industrial zone, as an M2 zone category, and to allow for all of the uses permitted in an M2, as well as indoor agricultural use, private education and workshop area. Originally, the application was submitted and circulated for the public meeting to include a data center as a permitted use as well. That was subsequently removed from the request by the applicants. So that is no longer a part of the application. Data center is not being requested as a use to be added to the property. My report goes into greater detail on policy and policy-related matters, as well as some comments from various departments. I'm happy to answer any questions and go into greater detail, but I will end with one point. There is a section of the property in the north that has natural heritage features. Those features are being reviewed now. An initial study was prepared. Comments were provided to the applicant. They're looking at submitting a revised report in that regarding that. So the full scope of where that natural heritage space is hasn't been fully, I'll call it, fleshed out at this point. And so the line between what would be industrial and what would be an environmental protection zone hasn't been established exactly at this point, but there is clear intent from the applicant or request from the applicant for the northern portion to be recognized once that area has been determined. But I'll leave it there. I'm available for questions.
Apologize, I should say welcome to the new group. We had 2 groups before you, so welcome. When it's your turn to speak, you get 5 minutes, pretty lenient, but I have one rule: no comments from the gallery, no heckle. We welcome cheering, but that's rare, so I've yet to use this, so all I'll do is I'll just wave it if we get into trouble a little bit. But with that, I think, is there any additional information by the applicant? Okay, I don't see any, so let's... Nope. Don't see her online. With that, then, let's go to comments and inquiries by the public. So remember, you get 5 minutes, so all I'm going to ask is introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public here present tonight. Again, my name's Kevin
just
Morris.
one second, Kevin. I see the applicant does have their hand.
Okay.
Is it Asma?
Good evening, everybody. First, I would like to thank the staff, the council, and the members of the public who have taken the time to review and comment on this application. We appreciate the feedback and the discussion throughout this process. The application, as Tim stated before the council, is a ZBA zoning bylaw amendment for the designated industrial lands. And I just want to add, our goal has been and is to ensure these lands are positioned to attract the type of businesses that will strengthen the tax base, create jobs, and contribute to the long-term economic future of Strathroy-Caradoc. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead, Mr. Morrison.
I don't get called Mr. Morrison very often there, Colin.
So you're used to it.
And don't use the, don't count the 15 seconds previously on my 5 minutes, okay? I'm going to be very brief here. First, I do want to acknowledge, I want to acknowledge and thank you, Your Worship, for publicly expressing your opposition with including a data center in this proposal. And I also appreciate that the applicant has now removed it. So it's changed my presentation here substantially tonight. What I'm concerned about is we're talking about general industrial, and when we talk about an indoor agricultural, does indoor agricultural mean greenhouse growing vegetables or flowers? Does it include vertical farming, food processing? And does it also include something that can be a significant controversy, and that would be the production of cannabis? I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if Mr. Wilson could do that, but it's just that's my only concern, is that we're very vague on what the lands could be used for, and I would just suggest moving forward that council looks for specifics before approving this. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Trevor, right?
In fact, I'd rather give my time to Nicole first.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. You ahead. All right. Sure? Yeah. All right, esteemed council, I'm glad to be here to talk about the data center. Clearly, it's a hot topic. I do have a couple questions. First, how this came to be about. One was it, can I ask the mayor, can I ask some questions? Is that okay?
You want to ask me questions?
Yeah.
Go for it, yep.
One was it that the data center came to your attention, this whole zoning thing? And then how was attention?
Yeah, I think it was maybe the day before, so if you're asking if the mayor knew or anybody in council knew before, no, we generally know the same time as the public, and oddly enough, because I'll address this, you sent me a private message talking about data centers.
Yeah, and I don't want to bring
where is Trevor coming from on that? So I think it was the next day that it got to me, so.
And that's the one thing I didn't want to bring up. You know, it just seemed as, you know, like fantastic, if you had a guardrail for data center and suddenly there's Mr. Grantham being like, by the way, there's an application for data center. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think my bigger question though is, it took you so long, but like, hey Trevor, yeah, we should talk about data centers. But then again, I want to talk about what's a data center. Because I might ask Mr. Brennan here, do we have enough definition for a shed? In the bylaw, a definition for a shed. You're aware.
Yep, we're not here, Trevor, to put councillors on, so go ahead with your question.
That's a question, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
You're aware there's a definition for a shed in the bylaw? My point is, what I think is, my concern is that there was, had it not been for the town jumping in, there may very well have been this application going forward with no definition of a data center. Can you agree, Mr. Mayor?
I'm nodding.
Is that a problem?
No, I'm agreeing with you, Trevor.
Exactly, that's a problem, right? And I'm not trying to be hard on you, but I think it is a problem. And I think going forward with such a hot topic, it does, I think maybe offend the town. I'm not trying to be hard on you, but I mean, it's like, everyone knows, data center, huge thing. And for me, they're like, yeah, whatever, what was it, like some kind of like education thing? That's the first thing, like education, whatever. I don't know what that means. But data center, it just over its head. And I'm really concerned in the future. So now I think the path forward should be, okay, what's a data center? What's the definition? Because as we know, a data center is a huge thing. It could kill a whole town. So what I'm asking for perhaps is, first of all, I agree with this lovely town who's standing, against this AI stuff. I understand, you know what, that horse has left the barn. What we can do though is protect what we have and write a definition, a very firm definition. And say, you know what, we are against a data center. Not now, but a moratorium until we know more about data centers. Okay, good, I'm done. Can I go now? Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Nicole Miller, and I'm here tonight as a resident who truly loves this community. Over the last week, more than 2,000 people signed a petition because they care deeply about the future of Strathroy-Caradoc. That level of public engagement is extraordinary, and I hope that it demonstrates just how important this issue is to the people that you represent. I understand the words data center have been removed from this application, but the concern hasn't disappeared. Residents are still asking what this zoning change could allow in the future and whether this is the right location for general industrial zoning. The land is currently designated for future development. That means our community still has options. Once we permanently change the zoning to industrial, those options become much more limited. So my question is simple. Why here? What planning rationale makes this the best long-term use for this land? If there is no specific project being proposed today, I heard a lot of general comments about what could potentially be proposed there. Why is a permanent zoning change needed now? And what protections are in place to ensure future proposals with significant impacts on our power, water, noise, traffic, and neighboring communities are properly evaluated before they can move forward? This isn't about being against growth. It isn't about being against technology. It's about making sure we make planning decisions that will make sense 20 or 30 years from now. Tonight, I ask each of you to think beyond this application. Think about the community your children and grandchildren will inherit. Because once this decision is made, it will outlive every single one of us in this room. Please choose wisely. Thank you.
Next, please. Is there anyone else? Yeah, go ahead. All right. Just ask you, give us your name, okay? Sure, absolutely.
Can everybody hear me? All right, good evening. So my name is Robert Coulier. Check one, two, everybody hear me? All right. So Mr. Mayor, honorable councilors, members of the public, ladies and gentlemen. I have been a resident of Middlesex County all my life, 42 years. My concern with the data center or other usage choice is the potential usage of good farmland. Although the location of this data center is not on prime farmland, when you look at it's industrial, what safeguards will be put into place to make sure we do not lose another acre to industrial buildings? Not 1 acre. What good is a data center when there is not enough food to put on the table or enough corn to feed the cows? Then what? Think about this when you have your milk and cereal for breakfast. How will you also deal with harm that this data center or other environments could be to birds, the nature? Thank you for your time and listening to my concerns. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just have a letter on behalf of somebody that couldn't be here.
Sure.
Am I able to read that?
Yes, you may.
To whom it may concern. While I am cautiously optimistic that the developer has withdrawn the request for a data center to be included for land use on Adair, I believe some very important guardrails need to be put in place to protect this community from a data center ever being built here in the future. I don't believe changing the zone to industrial in any way protects our community. Many areas in the world require permits from all applying developers that include special conditions such as limits on energy, water, noise, and land use. Number one, I believe that there must be absolute transparency moving forward. No backroom deals. Bans must be established on all NDAs between a developer and local council and our government on every single issue from water consumption to electricity to land use. This ensures that the public has access to information about energy use, tax breaks, and the environmental impact of every development and developer who applies. There should be no hidden approvals, and zoning hearing requirements must be enforced. Number two, there should also be grid access criteria and utility cost regulations such that it is prohibited to pass the infrastructure costs to residential taxpayers with any developer. Any development cost should entirely fall on the developer and not the community. For any developer, there must additionally be caps on water consumption and energy draw. BC has recently passed legislation limiting developers' access to renewable power. Ypsilanti, Michigan blocked water and sewer services for data centers as of this year. Number four, environmental laws regarding water quality. Water consumption, noise, and EMF should all be adhered to and strictly enforced. It should be abundantly clear that penalties for environmental non-compliance will be enforced and ultimately permits revoked. Number five, environmental limits for our community should be strictly adhered to, but not limited to the following. A, noise pollution. Where there is any low frequency fan noise or gas turbine hum. B, air pollution. Emissions from use of natural gas turbines and exhaust from emergency generators. C, water pollution, where there is impact on local groundwater, runoff, or chemical cooling fluids, especially considering what happened recently in the KW area with their chemical spill. D, wildlife impact, where there is disturbance to local natural habitats, drainage, and surrounding ecosystems. This is a time to pause and create strict limits that protect this community and its people moving forward. Many places in the world, in fact, have paused data center creations altogether. Tax breaks may seem appealing initially, but from speaking with other people around the world over this exact issue, they are repeatedly saying, once a data center is created, the community wasteland is forever. It is key that we look to such examples to learn and be proactive, and most importantly, safeguard our community. Sincerely, Jennifer Alexander.
Thank you.
And I do just have a quick question. I don't know if it can be answered. But what zoning does the data center currently fall under? Is there any zoning currently that it falls under?
Yeah, or how, say in the proposed lands, because there's no, Mr. Williams, can you mean a data center or the lands in question?
If I wanted to create a data center in Strathroy and I came to you, what zoning would that fall under?
It would not fall under a zoning. There is no zoning currently allowing a data center.
There's no zoning. So in other municipalities, I've heard that they are getting away with data centers under the general industrial zoning, under this subcategory, office-support. Is that true?
In Strathroy-Caradoc, that would not follow that data center would not follow under that. A office support is a office that supports an industrial use that's in the industrial zone.
Okay. So if we change this to the general industrial zoning and the developer ends up taking us to the Ontario Land Tribunal, are there cases already in the past that the zoning has been approved for these data centers under the general industrial zoning?
There are no data centers in Strathroy-Caradoc that
I
under this
understand.
particular zoning. You cannot bring zoning from other municipalities and compare them to this.
Okay.
Have we looked at OLT decisions on data centers at this stage? No, we haven't got to that stage.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part. You haven't looked at what, sorry?
We haven't done a review of cases on OLT hearings for data centers.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as of right now, then, there is no zoning that allows a current data center in town?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
May I?
No, I think you already spoke, Trevor. You get your 5 minutes?
2 minutes?
No, we're
She
okay.
spoke? She spoke, didn't she? Great. All right, I'll be quick.
Okay, we'll give you 1 minute.
Fair enough, 2 minutes. My question is, now that we're here and we're looking at perhaps a definition of what a data center is, which is important, I think what this town is looking for to find a way of a moratorium on data centers without town approval. Can that be done?
Mr. Williams, I'll let you, nothing can happen without town approval, correct?
That's correct. It would need council approval.
I understand that. Again, though, I'll be quick. I mean, it seemed like until this whole thing blew up, before we were at the data center.
Yeah, that's, Trevor, I think you've had your time, so we're gonna move on, okay, respectfully, because we need to let others.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, Trevor?
All right, fair enough.
Fair enough, thanks.
One last thing, though.
No, you're okay.
No in-camera decisions
There hasn't been,
without
okay.
public support. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the public? Okay, seeing none then. Are there any comments and questions from members of council? Oh, sorry, Councillor Kent, I was looking at my notes.
Total agreement on the data center thing. I think we're all opposed to it. There was a question about that land up in that area. That has been designated as the industrial area since the 1990s. So there's nothing, yeah, that's been forever, so.
So it's not currently zoned to future development? It's supposed
That
to
whole,
be?
in the official plan,
Yeah,
the official
we're not
plan.
gonna go with the public, just like I apologize, we have to use our rules and decorum, so let council do their stuff and we'll probably get there eventually.
If I could just say, in the official plan, that area is designated between 2nd Street and the 402 in the town of Strathroy is designated as industrial.
Okay. Any other comments? We'll go with Councillor Derbyshire, then the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Noel. That my question was going to be actually for Mr. Williams in the same vein that Frank's asking. Can you tell us where what that land, the future development actually falls, what zone it falls in our official plan? And would it be zoned, it would be in zone industrial if it were to change with the proper proposal?
So the property is designated in the official plan industrial or urban employment, technically. The property is zoned future development, so the two are one leads to the other. If it were to be rezoned and still meet the official plan designation of urban employment, you would be looking at an M1, M2, or M3. That's light industrial, general industrial, or heavy industrial. I would say that heavy industrial is probably not appropriate for this particular location and given its proximity to other things. So that leaves us with an M1 or M2 if it were to move forward. That's generally where we would look.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McGuire.
Thank you. So I'm generally not in favor of changing zoning without a proposal, and much to what Mr. Williams just said, depending on what's going up there, may need an M1 or an M2, so we apply an M1 and then we're back changing it to M2. So I'm much more in favor, when we have a proposal, then we'll make the zoning change that's required should that move ahead. The other thing in regards to data centers, since it's been such a topic, the province has already stepped up and taken much of this under their wing. So back in December of 2025, Minister Lecce, it's in the news, this is where I'm getting it from, Bill 40 was passed, and Bill 40 deals with data centers specifically and their access to hydro. Prior to Bill 40, I understand that hydro would be allowed to anybody in the province. The province couldn't shut you off. We all had access to hydro. Now the province says in regards to data centers, you must receive specific approval from the province. So there's your moratorium that nobody's building a data center without the province. The province also put a whole bunch of rules in, meaning that all of the payment, all of the infrastructure, everything has to be borne by the applicant. Nothing comes back to a municipality or the province. So if you're interested more about that, I would encourage you, quick Google search, Minister Lecce is speaking about it. You can see all types of video on it. You can read about it. It's called Bill 40, and it was passed in December of 2025. That's your moratorium to keep data centers out of the province of Ontario, period, without the permission of the Ontario government.
And just gonna piggyback that, turn over to Councillor Pelkman. I didn't know you were gonna bring that up, Deputy Mayor. Minister Lecce also made comments last week about data centers.
Yes.
Right? There wasn't as of right to hook up, and there had to be some kind of community benefit. So he has followed up most recently. So, Councillor Pelkman.
Yes, thank you. First, I'm going to say that I'm opposed to a data center. I would respectfully wish that people stop the accusatory tone of the backroom deals. I can tell you there is nobody in this room that works for the municipality that is accepting any bribes or backroom deals, okay? I know what cars they drive and what houses they live in, and nobody's taking money under the table for a backroom deal, okay? It is insulting to them to insinuate that they're doing something illegal and taking backroom deals. So in my research about data centers, I certainly read a lot of bad examples in the States, and I just want to highlight the differences because maybe it gives you a little bit of reassurance about what could happen here or what could not and why they wouldn't. The major issues were around power grids and water and the damage that it does to the water table and people's drinking water. So one, if you remember the massive power outage many years ago, the states do not keep their power grid up to date. It is in a decrepit state compared to Ontario's, and we likely wouldn't suffer the same issue locally that the states do, where they've got to spend millions of dollars to upgrade their equipment to manage the power the data center needs, and then have to pass that cost on to the consumers, which is where the people start getting affected in their pocket. With the groundwater, there are basically four main types of cooling being used. One is drawing cold air in from outside, but you'd have to be in an Arctic environment for that to work. Might be able to do that for about 10 days a year here. Basically building a freezer or a refrigerator for the equipment to sit in. There's big power draw on the compressors for that. I know when I was working at the superstore, if you stood in those compressor rooms, all your hair stood on end from the amount of power that was being drawn just for the refrigerators used in a grocery store. There's a closed coolant system, so basically like a giant radiator in your car to run liquid through. I believe that's what was in Mississauga that had the leak. It was a coolant, not just water, but most of them use a direct evaporative cooling system, which has low power consumption and massive water consumption. So they're basically misting the air, letting the mist absorb the heat, and then blowing it out of the building. And in the States, again, they don't invest in their infrastructure like Canada does, and there are many states that have drinking water quality issues all over the place. Louisiana, Missouri, Michigan. And so if you start drawing that groundwater out really fast, because they're probably not paying for tap water, your filtration system, natural filtration system doesn't work. And we had that issue here in Strathroy, which is why we went to lake water, because we were drawing the water out of the ground too fast for it to filter properly. So here's where one of the safeguards is. We purchase our water from the Lake Huron water distribution center, and we pay a certain amount per liter. There is no mass discount. It is just one price. So we then in turn sell it back to consumers at a price. There's no bulk discounts. We removed the bulk discounts from the three industrial people that had it, because we no longer draw it out of the ground and can provide a discount. So the cost of the water for this kind of system would be just incredibly massive, and they would probably make a business decision to go somewhere else because the operating costs would just be way too high. So then I'll go on to the application. So all applications come upon us as a surprise. We do not solicit them. Any property owner can make a submission at any time. So I found out this, how I found out first, because I didn't look at the council agenda when it came out, was from the public feedback. And then I had to go look to see what the heck was on the council package to see what the hullabaloo was about. So we don't go out and source these things. Every bylaw we have on the books is from something that happened that we didn't think would ever happen. And so, you know, you've got lots of historical stuff in there, but we probably didn't have a data center in there because we never thought that one would consider coming here. So now we're probably going to have something to do with a data center in our bylaws. But what we need to be careful about is if we put a definition of a data center in, does that implicitly mean that there's one allowed somewhere? Because right now there's the planning document is an inclusive document, so it has to state that the need is there. You don't go in by interpreting that it could be there. So it has to specifically say that the meaning is there. So if we put the word data center in there, then someone might say, well, there's got to be a zone that says somewhere there's going to be a data center. The other thing we have to be careful about is you know, what the definition of a data center is, because there are businesses up there already that are going to have some pretty significant computer rooms. I know even in the police station, when I was on the chair of the police service board, we had a closet that we put 2 computer towers in, and it got too hot in the closets, so we had to do some venting, which is exactly what happens in a data center, but on a large, massive scale. So we currently have a plant being built on the north end that's going to be the most roboticized and efficient egg sorting plant on the continent. It's going to have computers. Is that a data center or is it not a data center? So we have to be careful that we're not disrupting our own good community partners that are here already and accidentally cause them issues. And then again, you know, what constitutes a data center that would be too big, or would a smaller one be acceptable? So, you know, we have an empty industrial building on the north end of about 10,000 square feet. Is something that size acceptable or is it not? So all those things are going to have to be considered before we put in a definition of a data center. And those are the questions that I have, and I'm not expecting answers for those tonight, but the one thing that I think is everyone should feel a little bit at ease about is the cost of our water would be way too high for someone to use the cheap alternative to cool the computers.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hippel.
This is just a comment. This is a comment for everybody that took the time to read our agenda, to contact us, whether you did it by phone, email, text, sometimes show up at people's doors. We're okay with that too. For you being respectful and talking to us, asking us questions, and actually getting involved. And I think one of the best things for me is seeing the participation across the whole entire municipality. This isn't just a Strathroy issue. This wasn't just a Mount Bridges issue or a Melbourne issue. You all came together because you were all concerned and you wanted to make progress in something that you were concerned about. Be proud of what you've done, but always remember, like Councillor Peltman said, you need to be respectful, We don't do backdoor deals. You can't disrespect us and then ask us for help. Talk to us, and we're gonna talk to you. Work with us, and we'll work with you. So please don't be disrespectful.
That's okay, no, it's okay.
So well done to all of you.
No, folks.
My speech never.
No, that's okay, no, point of order, no,
My
Councillor.
speech not respectful?
No, sir, it is council discussion now, we listen, just let's, I hate to use a gavel, never had to use it, so.
Don't use a gavel.
No.
I appreciate that not everyone was disrespectful, but I am asking the ones that are to remember to work with us, and we are going to work with you, and we do listen to you. And we are really pleased that you all showed up and that you all had a chance to participate and show us how you feel. That means a lot to us.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire, and then Councillor Palmer.
Sorry, I was just going to ask for a recap so that we know exactly what we're dealing with. We've heard from Deputy Mayor McGuire, who said that the province definitely has a fail stop in place, that no data centers will end up here. We obviously, as council, have said we're not going to put a data center here. Tim Williams from planning has said we don't even have it as an option in our zoning, in our planning. So as of right now, there is no possible way that a data center can end up in Strathroy-Caradoc. So just so we put everybody's mind at ease. Now, what becomes of this property next, I don't know. You know, it's in the industrial zone, but you do not have to worry about a data center. So hopefully you can leave here with that reassurance from this council.
And write this down, I agree with Councillor Derbyshire. There's nothing in our zoning that currently, sometimes silence is best in these matters. So that's what Councillor Derbyshire has asked. Manager Williams, can you confirm there's nothing in our zoning bylaws currently that allows a data center?
I can confirm that.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer, then Councillor Paul.
I had the exact same.
Okay.
So we're good.
Councillor Pelton.
In my conversation with Jake Druider today, one of the things he said is that because I asked him about the danger of putting a definition of a data center, and he said that it might not be a bad idea to have one because the document is inclusive. If it's nowhere in any of the zones and we have a definition, then it's clear that it's not allowed anywhere. So I'm just wondering if maybe we could get a staff report on maybe what that would look like and what kind of process we would have to go through to get that done.
Thank you. That was going to be my final comment. I had a conversation with CEO 6-7 days, asking the staff bring back a report on that same matter. Okay, Councillor Brennan.
Move to close the public meeting.
Yep, okay, all in favor of closing? Oh, wait, me a second. Deputy Mayor, all in favor of closing? Thank you. The report is received for information. So report BBP-2026-74 regarding the rezoning application ZBA 19-2026 be received by council for information. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor? Motion carries. Folks, thank you for your patience. Sorry, Deputy Mayor has something.
In light of the conversation, I want to make a motion that we request staff to determine the pros and cons of defining data center.
Okay. I'll second that motion. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Right now, the province has already said they have a handle on it. We don't have anything for it. I don't know why. Just drop it at, it's done. Thank you. It's been fun. It's done. I wouldn't get a report. I wouldn't worry about it. I think we're just walking somewhere we shouldn't be going.
Okay, we have a second motion. Councillor Hippo, comment.
I agree 100% with Councillor Derbyshire.
Any other comments? Okay. Councillor Peltman.
I guess the only reason that I would say otherwise is that the community has spoken very loudly and we owe it to them to put a safeguard in place. That's what they're asking for.
Yeah, that's good, that's all right, great.
Yeah. Sorry, okay. Councillor Pammer.
Just in regard to a safeguard, however, if I understand correctly, and I'm looking for confirmation from Mr. Williams, the way it currently sits, the safeguard would be, as we said at the earlier public meeting, anybody can come forth to council and say they want to do something with their property, but it would have to be proposed at council. So the safeguard is as it sits right now. If somebody said, well, heck, I want to try, I'm going to ask for a data center, they could put forth an application, it would come to council, and then the safeguard would be that council then, you know, we've heard the community, would vote it down. Is that correct, Mr. Williams?
Through the mayor to Councillor Pammer, that's correct, yeah.
Deputy Mayor, no, it's his motion.
So just to clarify my motion, it's a pros and cons request of council, right? So I'm not saying we're going to do it, but the comments have been made by council that so-and-so spoke to Jake DeRitter, so-and-so spoke to Tim Williams. I'm sure all of that occurred. Let's put it in a report, find out the pros and cons. We may choose to do nothing with that report, or we may choose to do something with that report. Just gather the information so everybody gets to see the information.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Williams, then we got to bring this to
I'll be quick with this. We have a general zoning bylaw amendment that's moving forward. There's a public meeting this evening for that after this. Maybe it's a possibility that we include some wording, some verbiage in the next report on that subject, so it's not its own thing. Maybe it is required to be its own thing, but I think could at least explore a couple of different things during that.
All right, you have a second motion in front of you. All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? I think we lost Councillor Wilsey there, so motion's defeated. Thank you. Folks, thank you. Noted. Three, the purpose of this public meeting is to consider an application for official plan amendment for the property located at 8776 and 8792 Glendon Drive. Motion to open the public meeting. Councillor Canis, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Motion carries. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is an application for official plan amendment on the north side of Glendon Drive, just on the east side of Mount Bridges. Part of the request is to expand the settlement boundary of Mount Bridges to include these two property addresses. The area is just under 40 hectares in size. The applicant has proposed a concept of a subdivision for these lands, just so that it can be understood what would be included in the area. They have or are aware of the parallel process for the official plan to expand, and are aware that these lands were recommended to be included during that process. They are taking it just slightly one step further by showing the designations on where parkland would be, natural heritage, and neighborhoods and commercial sections on their plan. With that in mind, my report speaks to the information that's supporting the application. It also reviews the policy framework for this, and I would say that there was a public information session put on by the applicant. It was well attended by members of the public, and I believe some councillors as well. Or some members of council, I should say, not just councillors. I'm available for comment if there's other questions, that sort of thing. You have a fairly lengthy report in front of you, as well as all the documents that were provided by the applicant, so happy to answer any questions.
The applicant wished to speak. Is there any additional information from the applicant?
I'm John Lean, I'm the owner of the property that's being considered. Very quickly, I think you've had a full night already. You know, this process for the boundary expansion's taken quite a while. I've been working on it for 8 years now, and I understand the reasons why, and it's a big decision, you have to get it right. I do think it is time now, though, to actually make a decision on this boundary expansion. It's really the sort of getting to the last opportunity for this council to make this call, and then we'll all know where we stand. That's the first thing. Second thing is you're going to hear from neighbors of my property. There's 2 farms that are, well, there's 3 farms that abut the property, or one's across the street to the south. There's going to be impacts to, they're going to discuss their concerns, and they've been doing that consistently. In terms of agricultural impacts, we've done 2 agricultural studies. Your own consultant has caused one to be done. I've done one. And there's also provincial policy, which guides on agricultural impacts and setbacks and all of that. So my proposal has, from day one, taken into account the proper setbacks, the agricultural impacts, and what I'm looking for in your boundary decision is something definitive and clear, so that we're not back here relitigating those same issues and not following the studies and not following the provincial guidelines. So that's all I wanted to say. Emily, did you want to add?
Well, I'll just add a little bit of background to what John had mentioned. So I don't know if you could go to the next slide. So this on the screen is the background that was presented by the WSP study. And throughout this process, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Amelia Sloan. I'm a senior planner at Stantec Consulting, and I'm also the agent on the file. So I'm working on behalf of John Lean and Lupine Developments. Also available to answer any questions we have about the technical studies that went into the background in this submission. So As we said, there is an ongoing process with the WSP background work that Strathroy-Caradoc is working on for their own boundary area expansion. The supporting studies that we've submitted have either augmented or built on those studies. So we haven't presented anything to council that goes against the original recommendations, really just builds on what WSP had presented through that existing settlement boundary. We believe it is time to make the decision regarding this property that's municipally known as 8776 and 8792 Glendon Drive, and that the information that we've presented is in full compliance with municipal and provincial standards. And like I said, builds on the work that's been done. So we do welcome any opportunity to discuss and improve the conceptual plans and the conceptual development plan that was provided through the submission. It does include a mix of commercial, open space parks, and residential uses, and also the connecting road network that would support that. We believe this has been presented in a logical distribution of the proposed land uses and the needed land uses within Mount Bridges. And that provides a bit of a balance between the potential conflicts with the neighboring uses to adequately address the rural-urban interface of Mount Bridges as a sunlit. So we welcome the opportunity to continue working with staff, council, and community members through the next stages and draft plan approval stages to explore how this plan can respond to the local priorities and address community concerns as it evolves and becomes a complete and compatible extension of Mount Bridges. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments, inquiries by the public? Just ask you to introduce yourself, okay?
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, and community members. My name is Mark Panowski. My family's farm is 8779 Falcon Bridge Drive, bordering the newly proposed subdivision. I'm a proud third-generation farmer who grows specialty crops such as tobacco, ginseng, cut flowers, and future vegetable production. Woods Edge has put a letter into the township suggesting creating a walk path, which would include part of our farm. We already have significant trespassing on our farm on the current Woods Edge development. This is a major issue for our business. We are not a standard cash crop farm. We are specialty crops that need attendance daily, meaning that this is a major safety issue for everyone involved. We have 10 migrant workers and 4 Canadian workers who are driving tractors. There's potentially dangerous chemicals and heavy equipment moving at all times of the day. Our #1 priority is safety of everybody. We have put requests in for fencing and stormwater protection in the past and have been ignored. We need proper fencing to protect residents who will inhabit the development and the people who work on my family's farm. It is the responsibility of the developer to provide open space for residents in the community to accommodate socialization for the people living in the area, not private property. We have stated our concerns in previous meetings about trespassing, such as people going near our pond, as well as people telling us to leave our own property. But we need follow-through from council and all neighboring developments around Falcon Bridge Drive. Second topic I'd like to discuss is stormwater drainage. Development engineers typically have to reach a minimum requirement. With the proximity to our irrigation pond, please ensure that there is more than the minimum requirement as we use our pond for an irrigation system, which goes onto our crops, which is then consumed by the public. We cannot control what the residents put into the stormwater pond, for example, engine oil, road salt, but we can put extra protection on the output of the drainage pond to ensure there is not damage to our groundwater, crops, fields, and consumers. We realize developers around us do not always care about our business. However, I do not think it is the responsibility of my business to cover the cost of sandpoints, berms, fencing to protect my farm from new development. We need protection from council to ensure that I can keep farming and that is available to the fourth generation to keep the community, to keep serving the community. Once farmland is destroyed, we have no ability to make more. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my third and final presentation here tonight because it's getting past my bedtime. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter as well tonight. Having reviewed the application and the numerous supporting studies, it's clear that this has been very professionally prepared. And the applicant has provided reports dealing with transportation, servicing, agriculture, ecology, hydrogeology, school accommodation, and planning justification, and considerable work has gone into this proposal. But tonight, I don't believe the question before council is whether the consultants have done their job. The real question is whether this is the right decision for Mount Bridges at this time. One thing that struck me throughout these reports is that there's considerable discussion about how this land can be developed, and I found much less discussion on whether this particular agricultural land should be developed. And that distinction, I believe, is important. Agricultural land is unlike almost any other municipal resource. And once productive farmland becomes asphalt and rooftops, it's gone forever. And there's no going back. And that is why settlement boundary expansions deserve an especially high level of scrutiny. And I would encourage council to think beyond this single application. And I would also hope the council will carefully consider whether existing designated lands inside the current settlement boundary are fully being utilized before more agricultural lands are brought into an urban area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Just ask that you introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Paul Burkmortal. My wife and I own and operate a turkey farm on the other side of the road. I just want to, first of all, thank council for a special policy 3.3.10.23 that was approved July 20th. Council meeting acknowledges our operation as a specialty crop agricultural operation as per provincial planning statement objectives. The special policy, as it was written, I'll just read the last part of it, was shall be required to consider impact of development surrounding livestock operations outside of the settlement boundary area. My question is to you, I guess, Tim, you're probably the best one that can answer this one. The first question, who is this policy written for that will be doing the considering?
Mr. Williams.
So any policy within the official plan is used to help when a development application comes before council. So it's the direction that council has for the development, and it's what council should use when they are considering a future development application. So in this particular case, that special policy would be raised in a report written by myself, and council would then review the application against that. So the person who is considering it is council ultimately, and as a planner, I would also be working with the community, with the developer, and with council to also consider it.
Okay, thank you. Then my next question to that is, how will that person or group go about determining how or if the proposed development affects on farm food safety, flock care, breeder care, Canadian Food Inspection Agency regulations?
Mr. Williams, sorry.
Through the mayor, I just always want to make sure that I'm allowed. So through the mayor, I think what happens is even with this particular application and the meetings that I've had with you and the conversations that we've had over time, how do we determine it? Through those conversations, so we understand what the impacts are. You know, when we started this project, maybe 4 years ago, there was some discussion in emails that evolved over the last 6 months. I've learned a lot more about your operation, and we would continue to have those conversations as we move forward, as we know exactly what's being proposed either in the commercial areas or one of the residential areas. We have further conversations with you about those details to ensure that we were looking at this through your eyes as well as through just as a planner.
I have one last question. Are the lands, the policy talks about special policy area number 16. I have no idea what area 16 is, so are lands M1, M2, and Slager's property included in area 16?
Mr. Williams, I'll beat you to it.
So now we're kind of moving outside of this particular application, but since you're here and it's an easy answer, M1 and the Slager's lands are included in the special policy area.
What about M2?
It is not. That Ford dealership is constructed already, and so it wasn't. It's also further away from the MDS calculation associated with. So it was not. It's not included.
Okay, so can it be? The reason I'm asking is because we worked with, our family worked with the developer or the consultant that was doing that development and the council to make sure a stormwater management plan was done that doesn't attract wildlife that drains, and you're expanding that area, or you're including the whole area, because part of that M2 was the Ford dealership and the back half is agriculture.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams, I just, Ms. Berger, get 30 seconds. Yeah.
So I'll again, this kind of goes outside of what we're talking about right now, but with that understanding, I think it's important to have a fulsome conversation when discussing these things. So the Ford dealership has requirements, and the rear portion has also signed. They have requirements that are in place for, as you said, the stormwater management. They are required to meet those requirements. And when they change those requirements, such as in the past, we are able to go out there and enforce those areas, ensure that they return back to the way that they were. So what I'm saying is we have an existing development agreement over the entire parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Jerry Banowski, I live on the other side of the farm proposed to change. My parents have owned the farm that I'm on since 1964. I know this area very well, so if there's any question if that farm that's being proposed to be changed is not good for agriculture, I can guarantee you I can grow anything on that farm compared to other areas. It is agriculturally, it's a good farm if that's a part of any part of your consideration. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you for that. Seeing no other members of the public wanting to speak, are there questions or comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor McGuire.
My question is to Mr. Williams, and I believe I called you on this question a while ago, but we just completed the urban boundary expansion as presented by the consultant with 2 amendments to it, where we added 2 things to that. I'm not sure that we passed the bylaw yet. Perhaps the bylaw hasn't been written, but we are done with the urban boundary, and this piece of property was brought in at that time, correct?
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor. You kind of asked a couple of different questions there, so I will say that the zoning, the bylaw, I just love saying zoning bylaw, it just comes out as the bylaw that has the official plan is in front of you this evening. There is a report in communications that you'll just see that we recognize the two items that you asked for. And then there were two things that naturally moved forward, we felt appropriate. By bringing the Schlager's lands in, it was also appropriate to attach that policy 16, so that's what was being discussed there. So that's it's a little bit of an extension of the motion, and since we took that liberty, we provided you with a report associated with that. The other relates to the Perns lands in the north, and we don't need to discuss that because that's not relevant to what we're saying here. So is it happening? Are the lands coming in as a result of that? And has a decision been made about the application? Yes. Has the official plan been adopted by local council? Maybe in an hour. And then the answer is yes, then it would go to county council and it would move forward in that direction. But you've already, and by you, sorry, all of council has made that motion, and that was approved at last council meeting.
So just to be clear that this application tonight is a parallel process that the applicant is instigating, because people can do private, I understand under the Planning Act now, they can do a private application for an amendment to an OP. So even though council has already undertaken that urban boundary expansion, the applicant is now mirroring that with this application. Is that what I'm seeing here, to be clear?
Yes, through the mayor to the deputy mayor.
In the interest of expediency, you can just
go. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So the answer is yes. I mean, in a perfect world, this probably wouldn't have come up at this particular time. We are also having a situation where they're dovetailing almost at the exact same time. So in an effort to continue the process, there are some aspects of the general official plan amendment that expanded the boundaries. It kept some of those details to later in the process. This official plan is detailing where it would be residential and where it would be commercial and where it would be natural heritage, and that isn't necessarily shown in the greatest of detail in the other one. The OPA 24 expands the boundaries. That's the main thrust of that application, is to show where those boundaries are done. And has that happened? 100%. That was what was done in that previous one. And now what we're looking at is just say baby step moving it forward, but also noting that it is a request for a settlement boundary expansion, because they're allowed through a private official plan amendment application. They're permitted to do that. So they've done that.
Any other comments from members of council? Councillor Peltman.
Yes, thank you. I guess I'm always concerned about the optics of this decision, because this property was brought up by a CAO somewhat publicly 4 CAOs ago, I think it was. And so people have said, oh, you know, it's a done deal, it's a done deal, it's a done deal. And here we are making a separate decision on a property that looks like it's going to be included already. So I have a little bit of issues with the optics. However, I asked a question today of Jake DeRitter, and I think the question should be asked just to see if the answer comes out the same way. Is the advantage of doing a parallel process that if the settlement boundary gets challenged, that this could move forward if the challenge had nothing to do with this piece of property? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Through yourself. I'm not sure. Perhaps it goes to Tim. Perhaps I'm not sure. So we've had we had father and son stand up, and they've talked to us many times over the last, I don't know how many years, for this third, fourth generation incredible farm that they have grown for, 19, I think Jerry said 1964, I could be wrong. Do we have protection for them? I mean, they have been struggling with development in and around them for so long. And yes, we can call the bylaw officers, and yes, we can do this, yes, we can do that. Apparently, it's not really working, but maybe what we should be doing is, you know, when these developments are coming to fruition, we need to be putting in some kind of guardrails for them, because I mean, we are trying our darndest to make sure that we're not taking agricultural lands out of submission. Like we're not trying to get rid of them. We need to keep them. So how do we do this effectively? Because this isn't working, and it's not just them, but I mean, the fact that this keeps happening over and over again, and I don't know what we do for this. So I'm asking for, I don't know if I'm asking for answers, but I'm asking for help, because they're seriously asking for help as well.
Mr. Williams.
That's a multi-layered question, and the subdivision process tries to attempt to address a lot of what was raised there. We have evolved over time on things like fences adjacent to forests based on, in fact, that subdivision directly to the west of the site. And there are differences between that particular subdivision and what would happen on this subdivision. So we'll continue to work positively in that regard.
Councillor Palkman, and if there's no others, we'll then Councillor Derbyshire.
Yeah, I was just to add to what Councillor Hippel was saying. You know, the Bronowskis have talked about the trespassers for quite a while, and the letters more or less confirmed that people enjoy trespassing on the property already, and they want to continue the right to trespass on the property. I just thought that was kind of, so as much as the trail plan says we should be putting trails through there, I would, I guess, sadly say that unfortunately the neighborhood hasn't shown that they can care and entrust to people's private property that we should put those trails in.
Thank you. Director Lilborn, did you wish to speak?
I just want to inform council that if they hear noise on the windows, it's a company washing the windows, so they thought we'd be done by now.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. Through you to Planner Williams. I have a couple questions on the farm thing, and that was one of the things I wanted to address, was the fact that the subdivision agreement or the plan will address, I believe, a lot of the concerns, and hopefully that the Wojanowskis have. That would be my first question. That would be where it's dealt with, not here per se.
Not at this particular stage. Yeah, we would get into more of those details as we move forward. You know, there's another site that backs onto their property, and we went through a fairly extensive process to create a revised version, upgraded version of stormwater management, actually beyond the provincial standards, beyond the suspended solids aspect of things, but also looked at the quality of the water that was coming off of those properties. That plan of subdivision hasn't yet come to the point where they're digging yet, but once that happens, then we would have an example of what our more current standard is for dealing with situations such as this. So we continue to, I called it evolve, but we continue to get better, and we learn from other developments, and we learn from other developments across the province, and continue to improve as we do so.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Yes. So we will continue our conversations with the Wojanowskis as this moves forward. They won't be left out in the lurch.
Correct.
Thank you. My next one was just the explanation. For myself, I saw it, I read it here, I just wanted the explanation as to the setbacks for the turkey barns as to why they are where they are as opposed to where it says. And sorry not to put you on the spot, I just wanted the clarification between the type A, type B, and because there was already that there, that is why that.
Sure. Yeah, so there's sort of three parts to that MDS calculation. So minimum distance separation is what I'm talking about. And minimum distance separation from livestock operations is calculated based on the type of animals and the type of manure storage and a number of different characteristics. It creates a number, a setback that's necessary for a non-sensitive use, so maybe a commercial use or those sorts of things. And then a sensitive use has double the distance. And then there's another part that's included in the MDS calculations that deals with intervening residential. So if I have a livestock operation and one house and then I'm building another house beyond that, I'd still be subject to the requirements of that arc, we'll call it, or that setback. The larger setback might be onto that property. Once I get more than 5, there's a policy that says, look, now there's so much intervening between that those standards no longer apply. It's to the furthest of the closest 5 houses. And so that's the standard for an odor-based management, and it's provincially, it's a provincial guideline that's followed by the municipality, and we've included those guidelines in the zoning bylaw to be considered during the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Motion carries. The motion is to report BBP-2026-75 regarding official plan application OPA 1-2026 for 8776 and 8792 Glendon Drive be received for information. Motion to receive for information. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Canis. All in favor? Motion carries. Public meeting number 4. The purpose of this public meeting is to consider a housekeeping amendment to the zoning bylaw for modernization of the zoning bylaw. Motion to open the public meeting. Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Motion carries. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, I believe a couple of people may be still leaving, so I'll take this time to just introduce JL Richards, our consulting planners who are online. I can see their smiling or somewhat smiling faces. They have been waiting since 6. So I see them there, and I'm going to just turn it over to them to go through a quick, and I can move very fast through the slides if I can give that as a hint to you guys.
No, I appreciate the hint because the operative word was quick. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thanks, Tim. Hi, members of council, members of staff, members of the public. My name is Allison Bucking, and with me today is Robert Voigt. We are planners from JL Richards and Associates Limited, who have been retained by the municipality to assist with the zoning bylaw update. We're excited to be here to present the draft zoning bylaw amendment today at the statutory public meeting. Next slide, please. So in terms of agenda, I think based on some of the meetings today, I think we are sufficiently aware of what a zoning bylaw entails, so we'll skip that part of our agenda today. We'll go over the project overview, a summary of the proposed changes to the zoning bylaw, and then conclude with next steps. Next slide, please. And I'll just skip over that slide again. So in terms of the scope of the project, why are we updating the zoning bylaw? The current zoning bylaw was adopted by Council on September 2nd, 2008, and there's been a number of site-specific and housekeeping amendments since then. In addition, there's been a number of legislative updates to the Planning Act, including updates that have happened during the duration of this project, which required us to further update this amendment. Another consideration is that the municipality undertook phase 2 of its 5-year official plan review, which was completed in 2023. And the county official plan review was completed in 2023 as well, and they had county OPA number 4 that was approved in 2026. So there's been a number of policy and legislative changes, and we want to make sure that the zoning bylaw is up to date, reflects the changes, and is also reflective of the evolving needs of the community. So the project goals are really to ensure conformity with the Strathroy-Caradoc and Middlesex County official plan, reflect those legislative changes that have occurred since the current zoning bylaw took effect, present the revised zoning bylaw in a more user-friendly and accessible format, and also modernize the development standards. Next slide, please. So the zoning bylaw review project is structured in 2 phases. So portions of the municipal official plan are under appeal and are not yet in force and effect, and therefore the zoning bylaw cannot touch on those parts. So we are proposing a 2-stage review to this work plan. So stage 1 would address the Planning Act and planning practice changes, the policies in the new official plan which are in effect and not under appeal, and housekeeping changes that were raised by staff and members of the public. The stage 2 review would cover the municipal official plan updates that are finalized after the appeal resolution once they're in full force and effect. Next slide, please. So this project occurred in 3 phases, and we're currently in phase 3. So we prepared the final draft zoning bylaw, and we're here today to present it at the statutory public meeting for comment. Following this meeting, we'll be updating that draft zoning bylaw amendment with any comments we receive from council, staff, or members of the public. And then we'll be bringing forward the updated zoning bylaw amendment at a later council meeting for council's decision. So in terms of the topics reviewed as part of this zoning bylaw review, they're illustrated here on this slide, but I'll just state that additional residential units, they are previously a part of the scope of this project. However, they were covered under staff's Housing Accelerator Fund zoning bylaw amendment that was approved earlier this year. So that was removed out of the draft zoning bylaw amendment. But the draft zoning bylaw amendment does cover changes to home occupations and home industries, regulations for short-term accommodations, parking, setbacks and separation distances, among others. And next slide, please. So in terms of the public engagement that's been completed to date for this project, we presented the background report to council in June of 2024. We had a public information session to present those directions in July 2024. There was a survey which ran from July to August of 2024. We had a public open house where we presented the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment in November of 2025. And then the last stage for public engagement is the statutory public meeting today. Next slide, please. So in terms of proposed updates to residential uses and zones, so like I said, some regulations regarding lot size and permitting a greater number of dwelling types were addressed through that previous Housing Accelerator Fund zoning bylaw amendment. We have renamed the R1, R2, and R3 zone based on densities. Previously they were low density residential 1, medium density residential, and we are just updating it to modernize it to address for the fact that the R1 zone now permits up to 4 units, whereas the R2 permits up to 10, that sort of thing. We are also requiring amenity areas for buildings with 4 or more units, which can be provided as indoor amenity space, outdoor amenity area, or a combination of both. And if a unit has already provided, let's say, a private yard for each of its units, it's not subject to those amenity area requirements. And then to address changes to legislation, schools are now permitted in those residential zones. Next slide, please. So in terms of the commercial uses and zones, we have added libraries, museums, parks, and other institutional uses to diversify the permitted uses in the general commercial zone. We are also allowing small-scale retail uses in the Highway Commercial 2 zone by removing the minimum floor area requirement. So previously, you could only have large-scale retail uses, and now we're allowing the full range of retail uses in that Highway Commercial zone. We are prohibiting new residential uses in the rural commercial zone, as that's contrary to the official plan. Based on feedback that we received from staff and members of the public, we are adding professional offices as a permitted use within the neighborhood commercial C3 zone. And we've also reduced the parking requirement for residential uses in the downtown area. So residential uses are only required to provide 1 parking space per unit, plus the visitor parking requirement now. Next slide, please. In terms of industrial uses and zone changes, we are removing the rural industrial M4 zone, which was previously applied to lands designated rural industrial in the municipal official plan, and we're utilizing the A4 zone for all future agriculture related uses. So what this means is that previously the official plan had a rural industrial designation, which allowed for a greater range of uses. However, the official plan was updated and those areas became designated agricultural. So the zoning bylaw cannot be more permissive than the official plan, so we had to update it and ensure that the zone is in conformance with provincial policy and the official plan, which does not allow for industrial or commercial uses that are not farm related in these areas. We are also prohibiting outdoor storage in the light industrial zone. We are introducing minimum separation distance between industrial uses and residential or sensitive uses in line with provincial guidelines. We have also included definitions for those 3 different classes of industrial uses. So, for example, a class 1 industrial use would require a 20-meter separation distance between an industrial facility and a sensitive use like a residence. And we've also added permissions for home industries in specific rural and agricultural zones. Next slide, please. As it relates to agricultural uses and zones, we are now permitting farm worker dwellings in the general agricultural area subject to criteria. So we're trying to provide a bit more flexibility. And so there's some regulations which would limit how far they can be from the principal farm dwelling. We want to ensure that there's sufficient driveway access, sufficient servicing, and sufficient parking is provided. We've also added a new surplus farm dwelling zone. This is just for ease of application to show that basically it is a specific zone just for a residential use on a small lot within the agricultural area, and it just makes it a little bit easier for application purposes. We have removed animal kennels as a permitted use in the A1 and A2 zones, and we're now requiring the applicant submit a zoning bylaw amendment to permit the use. And so based on some best practices, we found that animal kennels can be, animal kennels, there could be some negative impacts when it comes to noise. And so we want to ensure that if an animal kennel is proposed, the applicant goes through a zoning bylaw amendment process to ensure that sufficient separation is provided between the kennel and any more sensitive uses. We are also permitting on-farm diversified uses. So those are things like home occupations, agri-tourism uses like corn mazes, farm events, in the general agricultural 1 and agricultural existing small lot A2 zone. And that would be subject to criteria such as ensuring that the use is subordinate in size to the principal farm use. So we limit it to a maximum of 4% of the lot area to a maximum of 1 hectare. We want to ensure there's sufficient servicing, and we also want to ensure that it's in compliance with MDS and it conforms with and is compatible with the principal agricultural use. We've also reduced the number of site specifics in the A1 zone to simplify its application. Next slide, please. In terms of other considerations and other updates to the zoning bylaw,
We've updated the accessible parking requirements in accordance with AODA requirements. We've added bicycle requirements for multi-unit residential, commercial, and institutional uses, as we want to be encouraging more active transportation, especially in the downtown Strathroy area. As it relates to accessory buildings, based on the minor variances reviewed and also comments from staff, we increased the maximum height of an accessory building, and we've also added clarity to the maximum lot coverage requirements. So previously, the garage was not included within the maximum lot coverage calculation, so we've removed that. We've added simplicity, so it's 15% of the lot area is the maximum size that accessory buildings can be, and they can't be larger than the principal dwelling. We've also introduced regulations for short-term accommodations, so they're permitted anywhere where a residential use is permitted, subject to some criteria regarding parking and a maximum number of people. Another item here that's not on this slide, but we've also introduced 2 different types of institutional zones. So we have a neighborhood institutional zone, which permits more small-scale neighborhood level institutional uses, and a major institutional zone, which permits larger scale institutional uses, things like hospitals, museums, which would require more space. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, this bylaw will be updated with any comments that we receive at today's meeting, and then the bylaw will then be brought forward at a subsequent council meeting for a decision. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to open any questions, but I have one that's, especially with the agriculture. Would existing buildings or existing uses be grandfathered? I'm reading a lot of changes to zoning. Would exist, whatever it is, or existing users grandfathered? Yeah, Mr. Williams.
Yep. The answer is yes, they would be grandfathered if they were permitted when at the time in which they were established.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Canis.
I guess just a comment. You know, just going through the document, there's so many things that we've either seen at council sometime over the last number of years, or committee of adjustment where various variances were made that are now being incorporated into the zoning bylaw. So I think it's yeah, changes that have been made that are now codified, I guess, or will be codified in the bylaws.
Any other comments? Councilor Palmer.
Thank you. I spent some time reviewing the updated zoning bylaw, specifically in relation to the downtown. And I feel like it perhaps could use a little bit of tightening up. Where I'm going with this is that we have a downtown master plan. We are looking at investing millions of dollars in the downtown in the next few years. And I think that I think we do have a vision, and we're still doing community consultation of what the vision of our downtown is going to look like with this investment and being aligned with the downtown master plan. But what I don't see that reflected in the zoning bylaw. And so I would like to have staff take a closer look at that, specifically looking at the downtown master plan and prioritizing things like dining, entertainment, retail on the street level, such that it would become a destination district, and we protect it as a destination district. I'm concerned that if we don't do that, it will become diluted with other things and we'll lose what the vision in the master plan was for the downtown. So if I could, I'd like to put a motion on the floor that staff review the commercial zoning found in the Strathroy downtown area and propose changes to reflect the commercial focus of the downtown as outlined in the downtown master plan, and that staff review and either refine the existing general commercial C1 zone, I just lost my C1 zone, or propose a new area, specific zone, that would create a clear and distinct destination district as specified in the downtown master plan, prioritizing dining, entertainment, and retail on street-level premises while allowing residential on levels above the ground floor.
Is that your motion, Councilor?
That's my motion.
I'll second it. Any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Oh, sorry, Steve, you're full hand there.
Just what does this do with the rest of everything that's being proposed here? Does that mean that puts everything on hold for the time being? Or do we pass what's here and
We're just receiving it for information, Councilor. We're just receiving it for information. Yeah, sorry, Councilor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I just had two questions. One about rural residential.
We have a motion on the floor. I apologize. Oh, you're going to address the motion.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize.
That's okay.
I thought we were still discussing
No,
this.
so we have a second motion. All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Floor is yours now, Councilor. You can bring your question in.
Does it? I'll ask it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll get an answer, but if we're moving on to something else, then.
No, it's yours. That's your question.
Okay. I just had a question about rural residential and exactly what is the definition? Do we have defined areas within our municipality that are rural residential? And if not, how do we establish these zones? Because it does say here that it's are in the agricultural zone until such time as specific development proposal is approved by the municipality. So it sounds to me like there are already little pockets that are rural resident. I'll let you continue now because we've somewhat talked about this.
Okay, I'll start, and if Allison or Robert want to correct me or add, then I certainly can do so. So we have a rural residential zone, it's R5. This is found in areas in the rural area that are designated in the official plan as rural residential. Then we have, well, what we're proposing is a surplus farm dwelling zone, which was up until this point an A2 zone, which we called small holdings. And really it wasn't small holdings, it was just residential lots. So this is improving upon that and allowing small holding farms to actually be A2, and they'll actually be farms. And then A1 obviously is full farm. So that's the like sort of breadth of rural residential sort of possibilities, like places you could have a home in the rural area are within those 4 zone categories. But going back, we also have, so this is outside of hamlet, outside of settlement. R5 is your rural residential, and it's legacy areas within the municipality along, say, Troops Road, for example, and some of Campbellville and Delaware West. Those are rural residential designated areas. They're not necessarily hamlets per se.
Okay, can I just?
Yeah, we'll go with your follow-up.
The definition then is how many houses, or is it just kind of at some point we said, this isn't, like, is there you have 11 houses, this is a rural residential pocket? I'll be honest with you, I'm thinking somewhere around your place, Councillor Hippel, where there's a school, there's roughly 13 houses. Is that rural residential? I don't know if we've zoned it that, but would that qualify to be a rural residential kind of pocket?
So those lands are not designated, they're designated agricultural. I don't have the full background, and I want to respect the planners from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But I don't know what they were thinking at the time, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. Sometimes you say that and you mean you can't believe I can believe that they were thinking something. I just don't know what it is, and that's in the Caradoc official plan. So we now have Caradoc's official plan come forward. Now we're trying to meld the two together, Strathroy and Caradoc, these were now legacy areas, and how do we address them? We've tried to shrink them down as much as possible so that we're not spreading services across a large portion of the municipality. As soon as we get into making these areas, we tend to see the need for additional services or greater impacts on agricultural in the area. But I certainly understand where you're going with that one.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, the next motion is received. Sorry.
I did have one more. Major recreation, that is in urban area, in agriculture area, it is just a, I'm going to say, let's just use a golf course, for example, being that it is a large area that would take up a large amount of land. This major recreation would allow something like that to happen, say, out in 150 acre farm. Is that what this is in here for?
Maybe Allison, you could answer that, or...
Through your worship to the councillor, I'm a little bit confused on when we're talking about major recreation. When we look at the agricultural zones, it doesn't allow for recreational uses like golf courses as a permitted use within those zones. And we don't have a recreational zone. We do have an open space zone. Maybe if you could just clarify.
Sorry, I was just looking at, I guess it's 3.1.2.4 in the discussion paper, and I guess what I was asking was, if say somebody wanted to establish a new major recreation zone, is this in there for this, or is this just defining a major zone that's already established? Sorry, I didn't turn that on. But it's 3.1.3.1.2.4 in the whatever this, I think it's the draft.
Bear with me, I'm just pulling it up.
Discussion papers, consent review of the vote of our bylaws. So this could be something that's already in there, and I just stumbled across it as we're looking through here. I just wondered what that does.
Okay, I'm seeing the section. So this is areas within the municipal official plan which are designated for major recreational uses. And where new major recreational uses are proposed, the municipal official plan dictates that it has to be established through an amendment to the zoning bylaw. So when it comes to recreational uses, they are permitted
Can I
in the open space zone. Go ahead.
I request we move this along.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I'll be very quick. If you wanted a golf course in a rural area, you would need an official plan amendment to redesignate to major recreation. Then you would also need a zoning bylaw amendment that would be major recreation as well. So the two would happen. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. One more, Councilor Pammer, then we're going to bring this to a vote because we need to.
I'm just trying to understand the requirement for bicycle parking in the commercial district. So it says here that a retail store or a restaurant would have to have one bicycle space per 200 square meters of leasable floor area. How is that going to be applied in the downtown where people don't have frontages or maybe even rear spaces for bicycles? And how does that apply on a commercial plaza?
Through your worship to the councillor. For the downtown area, that's a good point. Maybe there could be a parking exemption for commercial uses which front onto the main strip and can't provide, let's say, like a bicycle rack when those are provided municipally. But when it comes to a commercial plaza, those could be things like a bicycle rack in front of a store, just to allow people who are biking to actually park their bicycles in a secure location in front of that area.
Okay, Okay, council, I'm gonna have to do this because we need to, we can only go past a certain time. So motion to receive this report for information. Councilor Brennan, second by Councilor Canis, all in favor? Yep. Motion to close the public meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Pelkman, all in favor, motion carries. Folks, I apologize, just get your attention for a minute, because if we go past 10 o'clock, need a motion to go past 10 o'clock, and we have to be out of the building by 10:45. And what I'm going to do is shorten the agenda, because there are some items that really need approval this evening, so we have to get through those. So motion to go past 10 o'clock until 10:40. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Canis, all in favor, motion carries. So let me just go through, we're going to skip a number of items on the agenda. We'll catch them up on the next one.
You have to do public meeting number 5 yet, right?
Do I have to do that one?
Statutory.
Statutory, I was going to try to skip it. Okay, motion to open the public meeting regarding...
Did we pass everything on this one that we...
Yes, yeah. Sorry, 'cause there are some really important things we got to get approval on, so. Yeah, motion to public meeting to consider an application for zoning bylaw amendment at 225 Carey Street be hereby open. Councilor Brandon, second by Deputy Mayor, all in favor, motion carries. Mr. Williams, if we can make this concise, I'd greatly appreciate it.
This is a rezoning for a 6-unit, multi-unit building that's directly adjacent to townhomes. This is the public meeting, it's not the decision. The applicant advised that they were here earlier, but unfortunately had to leave, so they will not be speaking to it, but happy to answer any questions on this file. The report has a number of details on policies. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I have to ask any members of the public to comment on this. Are there any questions from members of council? Okay, seeing none, motion to close the public meeting. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Pelkman, all in favor? Motion carries. Motion to report BBP-2026-73 regarding the rezoning application for 225 Carey Street be received for information. Councilor Hippel, second by Councilor Canis, all in favor? Motion carries.
Just, we kind of quickly go through this one, and I think it's, and no comment even made on it. I mean, I think it's a good project. Had some apartment style type of units in the municipality, and I think we should be thankful that things like this are being done. So that's the problem of having too many of these public meetings, not to get off track at one time. It's too much.
Yes, sir. Okay, so staff, please indulge me because I'm going to skip over some things we get through. There's some important things. I'm going to go now to 6.1, the regular council meeting minutes of July 20th. Motion that those minutes be approved as written. Deputy Mayor, Councilor Pelkman, all in favor? Motion carries. I am now going to go to Section 10, Financial Services. 10.1.1, approval of the 2025 transfers to from deferred revenue reserves. There are 3 motions. The council confirms the transfers to deferred revenue reserves and reserve funds in 2025 of $31,642,175, and transfers from deferred revenues, reserves, and reserve funds in 2025 of $14,271,723. And further, the council confirms transfers of DC funds in 2025 of $4,196,120, and transfers from DC funds in 2025 of $647,844. And the council approves the transfer of 2025 year-end operating net revenue of $2,087,916 and 2025 capital net revenue of negative $3,914,690 to from department reserves. Someone to bring those motions. Councilor Canis and by Councilor Pelkman. Any questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of the motions. Motion carries. Wow. Folks, I am not going to read the Motions you can all read. So loan application infrastructure, Ontario Fire Apparatus. There are 3 motions in front of you. Someone to bring the motions. Councillor Hippel, second by the Deputy Mayor. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Derbyshire.
Just when it comes to the one for the internal borrowing of the $1 million for the 137 Frank Street, I know we're internally borrowing it and we said to put it in the budget, but we don't know why or what it's actually going towards. Is that going to finish the project? Or are we coming back for more money to keep the, like, for more part of this project? Like, I guess we're internally borrowing it anyways, so is the project done with $1 million or does it need more? And are we gonna just keep internally borrowing more and more, or should we actually find out what exactly we need? I do believe that there was a motion put on the floor by the Deputy Mayor to get some numbers for at least putting some outside together and some other stuff, which could possibly push us over the $1 million. Unless we completely need to borrow the $1 million right now, I'm not too sure what, like if we're just gonna keep adding these on as we go forward, or at some point are we going to take out a loan, you know, if we get up to 2.5 million or 3 million, are we going to go and borrow from somebody else? Like it just kind of.
I know where you're going. Let's get answer to the question. CAO,
through your worship, to Councillor Derbyshire, at this point you've approved $1 million. We will not exceed $1 million. If some additional work comes back, that will be considered based on the Deputy Mayor's motion. At that time, Council can consider what that cost will be, and if they wish to expend that money, and the Treasurer will help us with where we can borrow or obtain that money at that time.
Thank you. So you have 3 motions in front of you. All in favor of the motions? That carries. Next we have Building and Planning, Darcy Drive, cost sharing agreement. There are 3 motions in front of you. Someone to bring the motions. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Pelkman. Mr. DeRitter, you're there to answer questions or to talk about the report?
I'm happy to skip the report if council wishes. I can give a super quick overview, whatever council wants.
I've read the report, so does anybody have any questions to Mr. DeRitter? So I have one. I did read this. This has been delayed by previous councils for a number of years. One question. Is this an absolute must that we have to do? It's $387,000.
There's always other options, but they're very limited. This is the last property on the downstream end before we reach over into Adelaide Metcalf. The report does speak to it a little bit, but the really only alternative option is there's a potential, and it's a maybe because it's not something that's been fully looked at, that some of this capacity could be provided on the roads, oversizing pipes, stuff like that. But that would all be done as part of future capital projects when we redo roads. So it's a big maybe. This is the last sort of guaranteed solution.
Good. Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. You have 3 motions in front of you. All in favor of the motions? Those motions carry. Yep, I will do that one. Yep, so the next one, I apologize, is 10.21 of Building and Planning, 450 Head Street, the site alteration agreement. Motion that the bylaws 73-26 be referred to the consideration of bylaws section of the agenda for approval. Someone to bring the motion. Councillor Canis, second by the Deputy Mayor.
No, that's all.
That's all in favor?
I'm just getting ahead of you.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carries. Next is, we'll go to Community Services, the Park Bridge replacement update. There are 3 motions in front of you. Someone to bring a motion. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Pelkman. Are there there any questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motions? Motion carries. Make a deal. We'll skip Mike's report and announcement inquiries if we're okay with that. There are a number of bylaws in front of you. Bylaw number 71-26, bylaw number 73-26, bylaw number 74-26, bylaw number 75-26, 76-26, and 77-26 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Councilor Canfield.
Yeah, just a question. Isn't 8 point, like the whole settlement area, 8.2.2, like if there's a bylaw that we're approving in there, should we not approve that report first?
Fair point, yep. I don't think there's a bylaw attached to that this evening.
But that's moving the whole thing forward, right? The whole settlement boundary.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm just, we got a meeting in September, so I'm trying to get us.
Well, I mean, that's sort of the,
Okay. All right.
the last few months, that was kind of the big thing, right? So now we should.
Mr. Williams.
This is an information report just to speak to the two motions and the slight, I'll call it step that we took to, in our professional opinion, to implement those motions. So we added the Sleeker's lands, for example, and we added the policy 16 onto those lands. In the North Highland Kearns lands, we also added some rural residential lots that were there. They are now included in the settlement boundary so that we don't end up with a settlement boundary that has sections that are outside the settlement boundary and then back in along a set of streets. So this is an information report just to advise you that we made those adjustments that you asked for, plus two other pieces, direct response to those motions, and that's it. And happy.
It's on the consent agenda. It's just for information. That's it. That's it. It's on.
Receive it.
There's no motion connected to it, Councilor.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Yep. So back to the bylaws. The bylaws are read. Receive first, second, third, and final reading.
Should we accept the consent agenda then, though? Like, I mean, I mean, we gave the time to go to 10:45, so why don't we just do what we should be doing then, right? So.
Okay, we can do that then.
We have two requests inside of 811 and 812 are two requests.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the consent agenda. Any questions regarding any items from the consent agenda? Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to pull 8.11 and 8.12 and ask that those be pushed to, or deferred to budget deliberations. Both requests for financial support.
Okay, I'll second that motion. All in favor? Motion carries.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or should it go to CDAC? I mean, we have CDAC, there's a process through which people ask for money, and this is going straight to council. Shouldn't it more properly be referred to CDAC and then come back to council by that route? This is bypassing our regular procedure for asking for money with your CDAC.
Just a heads up, CDAC's not likely to meet until after the election.
Well, I mean, we require other groups to go through CDAC for monetary requests. I don't know why we're waiving it here.
It's a procedural thing. If it needs to go to CDAC, send it to CDAC first.
Yep.
I'll just change my motion then, that it be deferred over to CDAC.
And
Referred over to
I'll
CDAC.
go with that. Councilor Palmer.
I was just going to say that CDAC, where I think it belongs.
Okay, Councilor Derbyshire.
Sorry, it's just, when you look at the Rockets one, I don't know if they want an answer before the start of the season or whether this is for next season. But it seems to me like they're asking for an adjustment in their rate that they're going to pay. So it doesn't matter to me, but if we throw it to budget or CDAC, the hockey season will probably have already started.
Councilor Peltman.
It should still be part of the budget process because I have no idea what that request means in terms of cost, and I believe our fee structure runs from January to January. No?
May 31st to, or sorry, May 1st to April 30th.
So whatever changes we make won't be until next May.
That's fine, as long as that's okay.
Okay, so on the amended motion that it go to CDAC, there's second motion, all in favor? Motion carries. Motion then that the other two items be received for information. Councilor Kennis, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, temporary noise exemption. Motion of the temporary noise exemption for Trouthaven Park located at Park Street for the dates below be approved. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Hippel. All in favor? Motion carries. Back to the bylaws. Have the bylaws. We have a second motion. All in favor of approving the bylaws? Motion carries. Yes, okay. Councilor Canis, second by Councilor Pelkman. All in favor? Motion carries. Our next regular meeting, when I get through my paperwork here and I find the appropriate sheet.
I know there's no comments from members tonight, but since I won't be on the next council, I feel it's safe to say that this agenda was just too packed. And I think when agendas are being put together and you know that you're going to have the type of public meetings where you're going to have so much input, it's just impossible. I mean, we may be criticized for rubber stamping a bunch of things at the end of the meeting because we're all dead tired. And I just think that for future councils, I think you need to, maybe it's just the old man in me speaking now, but I think you need to take it into consideration moving forward as to what is physically and mentally possible for a group of people to consider in one night. So
there may be other old men sitting here who agree. Yeah. The next regular council meeting is Tuesday, September 8th at 6 p.m. Motion to this meeting adjourn at 10:07. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Pammer. All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, staff.